Hello, and welcome to this, our 135th live stream. Full time, full time. Obviously, there's a big announcement wrapped in that title. We didn't think we'd get here that fast, but thanks to the generosity of our supporters, our membership supporters, the people who give us super chats, who give us gifts, who support us on Patreon, we have been able to go full time now much earlier than we anticipated. So we are thankful and we are grateful for everyone who supported us to get there. Frankly, I'm overwhelmed. I did not think we would get there quite this fast. In fact, I was even thinking, hey, maybe a few weeks, month, maybe 2 months from now, we might be able to do it, but we made it. This is our first week of going full time. We officially drop the ball on Tuesday. Tuesday is when I gave notice to my regular job, and we left on good terms, and that's fantastic. I love it when we can do that. And it's like we're now trusting God to support us now full time. So. Clever boy, 1000 Clever boy, live stream every day. No. Well, it doesn't quite mean that, but here's what it does mean. It does mean I can resume a regular writing schedule again, which is going to be big news. That's big for us because we had a really good conversation with Kriegel Publishers, and they want our proposal for a book on the Exodus. And that's exciting. We also had a great conversation on Monday with Noseworthy Tours. And they are very interesting. They are very interested in doing an Egypt and the Bible tour. Probably at the beginning of 2025. So they are stoked. They're stoked. They want to do this. We want to do this. And if we can get the people to on board, it'll be fantastic. So this opens up a lot of new venues that we couldn't have done. New opportunities that we couldn't do because I had to hold down a job at the same time as doing this. So we are super excited that we've gone full time. So yes, wheels are in motion now. And it's all thanks to you guys. You guys made it possible. You guys did this. And we are so thankful to guys like Jack Ray, Talbot Slave, even Acid Weir, who is, thrown in, say, maybe $50 in super chats every week. That helps. That contributes to us being able to do this. So, absolutely, this is exciting news. We're so stoked about this, and the possibilities now are very exciting. It also allows us to do content that we wouldn't have been able to do in the past because we just didn't have the time. So we are basically thinking of, say, doing more additions to the evidence for the Exodus series. Going to continue to work hard on, say, more detailed stuff. Like we've got an upcoming review on the Net Bible, the Study Notes edition. We also are going to be pressing forward with the symbolism of the Book of Revelation series, now that we got the actual time to complete these sort of projects. So, with that said, we want to thank everybody who supported us. You guys have been great. And, we love the fact that you're excited about the work and want us to continue doing it. So, fantastic. So that's the big news. The big news is we've gone now full time. Okay. Now, we're still going to take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible tonight. The rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority, but we also take non-super chat questions. If you post a non-super chat question, we do ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it. If you don't, we don't see it. We just sort of ignore it. because we think you're talking about someone else in the live chat. So, because we do know that some vigorous discussions happen without us. Okay, aside from us. Okay. So we do need that Q in the colon if it is a question directed to me. The second thing is only post that question once. We're really sticklers on that rule because it just throws me and confuses me if I see a question posted more than once. So post it once. Don't even remove it if you think you need to just tweak it slightly. Just keep it there, and we'll figure it out. Okay? So you post a question more than once, it gets disqualified. The third rule is that if it has to do with a verse in the Bible or a passage in the Bible, give us some context. Give us the book, chapter, and verse. Or if it's a word in a foreign language, tell us what language you think it's in and what you think it means. This just helps us to narrow the context of the discussion down. Okay? So with that said, let's get into the questions. And we're going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. Our first non-super chat here is from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. And he says, in Ezekiel 1:16, is it describing cherubim or thrones? Ooh, controversial question. Great question, though. So let's pull up the Bible and let's take a look at the passage. Just scroll down here to Ezekiel. And verse 16. Okay. Pull up a Bible here and let's read the passage. And I think we'll start a little earlier on. Let's start at verse 13. In the midst of the living beings, there was something that looked like burning coals of fire, like torches darting back and forth among the living beings. The fire was bright, and lightning was flashing from the fire. And the living beings ran to and fro like bolts of lightning. Now, as I looked at the living beings, behold, there was one wheel on the earth beside the living beings, for each of the 4 of them. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all 4 of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel were within another. Whenever they moved in any of their 4 directions without turning as they moved. As for their rims, they were lofty and awesome, and the rims of all 4 of them were full of eyes round about. And whenever the living beings moved, the wheels moved with them. And whenever the living beings rose from the earth, the wheels rose also. Verse 20. Wherever the Spirit was about to go, they would go in that direction, and the wheels rose close beside them, for the Spirit of the living beings was in the wheels. Okay. So, what do we got here? We've got here a very, very interesting description in that it is describing seemingly something mechanical, but also something alive. As it says in verse 20 here, for the Spirit of the living beings was in the wheels. So the wheels are not something apart from something that's alive. It has its own life. Now, these wheels are often equated to, say, the Mesopotamian idea of the throne of the gods, where you'd have a throne, and on the 4 corners of each throne was a wheel. So there is an allusion to that iconography here. But there's something more happening here, because these are not just ordinary wheels. These are wheels within wheels. There's a whole complexity here that goes beyond just a simple mechanical throne. So it's possible that this is a throne that's supported and maintained by living beings. Now, are we talking about something that's specifically cherubim? Perhaps. Could it be another type of say spiritual being? Also possible. We're not told. And this is sort of where we have to, at this point, defer to basically what the evidence best suggests. And right now, we don't have a complete picture. Is it possible that they were cherubim? Sure. Although cherubim tend to be, say, covering the throne itself, not normally in the wheel position. So it's not normally at the feet where you would find the cherubim. You would find it covering the sacred space. But at the same time, too, the whole idea that these wheels had eyes is very descriptive of living beings that are cherubim-like. So this is one of those situations where we just aren't sure, but it's not just a plain throne either. It's more than that. It's a throne that has life and living components as part of its function and purpose. So, Harry Stark, wheels within wheels sounds like gears and cogwheels. Yeah, I would say that that's not an unreasonable thing to assume, but they also have eyes. I don't know of any cogwheel that has eyes. Yeah. But Andrew Graham says spinning wheels and spinning wheels. And yeah, you're supposed to get that sense of motion. That's what it's showing you, is motion within motion within motion. You're supposed to get a kinetic feel here of what these beings are like. They're not just placid, they're not just standing there doing nothing. They're constantly moving. They're phonetic. And you're supposed to get that from this. It's really just a mass of movement and energy and motion. And all of this is just the trappings of the throne surrounding the great God. Okay? It's just the trappings. This is just the ornament. This is just the ornament that surrounds the beauty and the majesty of God himself. So I think there's a lot of, again, we aren't told explicitly what the wheels are. We do know they have the energy of the spirit of living beings. We do know they have eyes. So they're living beings of some kind, even if their sort of appearance may seem a little more mechanical than we would be normally expect a living being to be. But that sort of mechanicalness is also to show how sort of alive it is. It's not static. It's in motion. Everything here is in motion. So that's what you're supposed to get out of that. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that question. It's a great question. Unfortunately, we can't determine absolutely whether it's a cherubim or just a throne, but it seems to be that it's more than a throne and might be a cherubim or something else related to a cherubim. So anyway, that's the best we can answer this. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. Okay, the next question here is also from Let Me Explain, Follows of the Shepherd. And he asks a really serious question, and we want to take this one really seriously because we know people struggle with this one. And he asks, I have some friends who struggle with lust. For the parts in Scripture that are more, say, non-PG, like the Song of Solomon and Lot in Genesis 19, what ought they do? Concerning Matthew 5:29-32. Now let's bring up Matthew 5:29-32, and let's just take a look at the passage. Yeah, and as my producer just reminded us, we are going to keep this within the censors. So we are going to respect our YouTube overlords here and not go anything beyond PG. So 5:29. Okay. And we're going to bring up the passage here and we're going to read the passage. And we're going to start here at verse 28. But I say to you that everyone who looks on a woman to lust for her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. Okay, guys, let's be honest here. Who hasn't done this? Really? That's the point. Christ just begins this pericope with just raising the bar. Everyone's done this, or something very similar. Verse 29. And if your right eye makes you stumble, tear it out and throw it from you. For it is better for you that one of the parts of your body perish than the whole body be thrown into hell. Well, yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, it's if it's really that bad, but that's not what he's saying here. It's not really what he's saying. Okay? And if your right hand makes you stumble, cut it off and throw it from you. For it is better for you that one of your parts of your body perish than the whole body go into hell. And it was said, whoever sends his wife away, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you that everyone who divorces his wife, except for the cause of unchastity, makes her commit adultery. And whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. Again, you have heard that the ancients were told, you shall not make false vows, but shall fulfill your vows to the Lord. Okay, now we're sort of getting into that point. Now, the whole idea of lust and, say, the infidelity of the eye, it's bleeding into the whole idea of oath-taking. When you marry that woman, you've taken an oath to the Lord that you will love, honor, cherish her all the days of her life. You know, that's that whole thing. All of this is all wrapped up in not just, say, how high a bar the law is, but say also the problem that men have in keeping their vows. You know, it's true. God hates divorce. So, you know, we understand that people do struggle with, say, parts of scripture that are, say, non-PG, like the Song of Solomon, like Genesis 19. Okay, that's understandable. But God also, say, provides a way that you know, we are supposed to deal with this too. You know, there is no temptation that is beyond humanity, except that which is common to man. Okay, so we got to be careful here. That, you know, we have to be okay. I want to say something here that I think we in the West really don't pay enough attention to, which is we tend to put off marriage very, very late. Okay? We have to kind of understand that that's not the perspective of the biblical writers. The perspective of the biblical writers is actually to enter into marriage early, not late. We in the West tend to think, okay, you build up a career, you earn lots of money, you have your 401k already set in motion, you know, and then you get married, you know, and this is true of men and women. Both of them, both sexes do this in the West. And, you know, we hit our late 30s, early 40s, and now we're starting to think about marriage because we're now settled in careers. That's not how people were thinking in New Testament times. In New Testament times, a father and mother would have been completely remiss, bad parents. They would have been seen as bad parents if their 20-year-old son had not been arranged with a good wife. And the parents would have been involved in this process of arranging a wife. Because it was seen back in New Testament days that the best thing that a parent could do for their kid was make sure that they had a partner that they could rely on to go through life with. Any parent that basically left the marriage of their son up to the son was seen as a bad parent. Okay? Okay. So the perspective of the New Testament writers here is going to be very, very different to how it treats issues of lust, as opposed to how, say, many people would counsel this today. Back in those times, and Paul says this, if you can't deal with your lust, get married. That was the solution that they offered. And sorry, Bonbon. No, arranged marriage is not necessarily forced, but it is consulted. We've got to keep that in mind too. Okay? That's a very important difference. Okay? Arranged marriage is not necessarily forced, but it is consulted. And it's a consultation of a community. It's a consultation of a community where you have the bride's parents, the groom's parents, and the groom and the bride all in talks over the arranged marriage. Yeah, aunts and uncles can get involved too. The baker down the street, the butcher, the shepherd boy, he has an opinion in this also. But that's what marriages were like back then. They were arranged by a community. And because they were arranged by a community, the community was also had a share in the responsibility of making this work. Okay? So it wasn't hey, you two elope, you're done. Hey, you're on your own now. That wasn't how marriage worked in the New Testament times. Everybody was involved. Why weddings were so big too. Okay. Weddings were so big because everyone had a stake. The whole community had a stake in this. Bonbon, butcher involved? Oh yeah, the butcher got involved too. He totally got involved. Hey, who's supplying the meat for the wedding? At a discount rate. It was the butcher. That was his gift to the wedding. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And there's always, and as my producer points out, there's always been professional matchmakers. That's always been part of this. Yeah. Yeah. So there's everybody is involved in a community marriage. So that's just how marriage worked in the New Testament times, in say the first century. So and frankly, this was not unique to, I'd say, to Christianity either. It happened in Judaism as well. In fact, it was more so in Judaism than it was in Christianity even. Yeah. There were a lot of factors involved in arranging a marriage back. It was very, very complicated. Arranging a marriage back in New Testament times was really, really complicated. So when you read the New Testament here, and you hear about a guy, and Paul talks about this, who's struggling with lust. Okay, the first thing that's going to pop in every reader's mind from that context is, how did his parents drop the ball? Everyone in the New Testament times is going to read that. They're going to see that passage of a guy who doesn't have a wife, who's struggling with lust, and they're going to say, how did the parents drop the ball? This is why, say, Paul has to say, okay, if you get married, fantastic. If you don't get married, also fantastic. Neither one is going to make you more holy. However, if you cannot contain that lust, it is better that you marry than you burn with the lust. That you're so preoccupied, and what we mean by what's meant by that is that you're so preoccupied by it that you can't think of anything else. If you're that preoccupied with it, you've got a big problem. And that's where, say, let's just say a well-suitable match can help. Yeah. We are designed to be these sorts of creatures. So at times it doesn't pay to fight the nature, but do it in a way that's holy and glorifying and honoring to God. And that's the important thing, is if you do it in a way that's glorifying and honoring to God, it can be used to serve the kingdom and bring glory to him. So, anyway, that said, it's a great question. It's a really hard question to answer in our modern society, because we do tend in our modern day deprecate and put off marriage until very late in life. And twisted advertising. Yeah. Yeah, and we have a society that really sort of sexualizes things too, which does not help one bit. So we're fighting many factors in our culture today that, say, somebody 100 years ago wouldn't even be fighting. So I feel for your friend. I feel for your friends a lot. I think they've got a huge struggle. But, you know, there's at least a redress to that issue. But, you know, reconciling that with our modern day opinion and mores on this is very, very difficult. It's, you know, I mean, I was lucky. I married when I was 29. Yeah, I put off later than I expected, but okay. But, you know, I benefited greatly from being married. So, with that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, the next non-super chat here is from Darkblade. And he asks, was the Tower of Babel a historical or prehistorical event? Ooh. That is a very, very difficult question to answer. And the reason why it's a difficult question to answer is the Tower of Babel was probably a kind of ziggurat, which was basically a kind of, say, elevated platform with a house on top that represented, say, the house of a god. Okay? Now, ziggurats, at least the earliest ziggurats, tend to broach a period of time between the historical and prehistorical periods. There's a liminal period right between the historical and prehistorical where you get like short inscriptions but don't give you big texts. And that sort of liminal textual period seems to be around the time at which the Tower of Babel would have been constructed. So it's not in the historical period, at least as far as we can tell. But it's not exactly in the prehistorical period. But again, that period of very, very small, short inscriptions. where they were sort of doing the first sets of writing on or before the, say, the Uruk II period, as where I would guess it. But again, it seems to be much more prehistorical than historical. But it's just, as I say, on that cusp at the end of the prehistoric period and sort of into the transitional, short inscriptional period before, say, we get long historical writings. So that's probably the best I can answer it right now. But we don't have any historical writings for it, essentially. It's just too early for that. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, now we're into the super chats. Our first super chat of the night is from 501 Mobius for $10. And he has quite a long one here. Could you explain who was redeemed in Exodus 13:15, 34:20? Were all the firstborn redeemed by lamb's blood? Numbers 3:46-49. Why does the number of Levites redeemed in the census equal the number of firstborn if they were redeemed by blood? Okay. There is one thing we have to keep in mind through all these passages. There's not just one redemption. There's several. And if you try to sort of conflate it into one redemption and one redemption for one time, yeah, you're going to get sort of mixed up fast. Okay? So, it's not just one redemption, it's several. So, let's pull up our Bible and let's start looking at the passages. Start at Exodus here. Exodus 13:15. Okay, now here what we're talking about is the redemption, the Passover redemption. Okay? And verse 15 says, "And it came about when Pharaoh was stubborn about letting us go, that the Lord killed every firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore, I sacrifice to the Lord the males, the first offspring of every womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem." Okay? So this is the Passover redemption. Okay? Now, what's this a redemption of? It's a redemption from judgment. So that's a different judgment than, say, the Becca, which is going to be a redemption of just being born. So, yeah, it's probably a Discord beep. I keep forgetting to mute my browser here. Just a second here. I'll take care of that. All right, you shouldn't get that Discord beep again. Sorry about that. I always forget to do that. All right. So that's the first redemption here. That's the Exodus 13:15 redemption. Now we go to the Exodus 34. 34, verse 20. Okay. Now we'll start at verse 18 here because it does include the Passover, and that gives us a little bit of context too. "You shall observe the feast of unleavened bread," that's the Passover. "For 7 days you are to eat unleavened bread, as I command you, at the appointed time in the month of Abib. For the month of Abib you came out of Egypt. The firstborn from every womb belongs to me, and all your male livestock, the first offspring from cattle and sheep. And you shall redeem with a lamb the first offspring from a donkey. If you do not redeem it, you shall break its neck. You shall redeem all the firstborn of your sons, and none shall appear before me empty-handed." Okay, so this is not the same redemption as the Passover, but it is an ongoing redemption in perpetuity. So it's different from the original Passover, but it gets its inspiration from the Passover. So the firstborn has to be redeemed, specially redeemed. But it isn't the only redemption. So you've had the firstborn of the Exodus 13:15. They don't have to be redeemed again in this context. Though, but going forward, per Exodus 34:20, future firstborn have to be redeemed. Again, because they belong to the Lord. Then we get to the Numbers 3 passage. We should ask. Let me just see. There's one more redemption passage that I think is really important here. The one with Rebecca. Okay. Now, this is Exodus 38. This is also a really important redemption passage. And the silver of those of the congregation who were numbered was 100 talents, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. A becca a head. That is a half shekel according to the shekel of the sanctuary. For each one who passed over, to those who were numbered from 20 years old and upward. 603,555 men. Okay. This is another redemption tax. To every head. It's a head tax. Every person has to be redeemed as well. So, you have the redemption of the firstborn at the Passover. You have the redemption of the firstborn going forward. But every other person also has to be redeemed with the redemption of the Becca. So, we have here several redemptions. This is all part of coming into the covenant community of God. And then finally, the Numbers passage, which is Numbers 3, 46 and 49. Okay. And we'll start here from verse 45. Take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel and the cattle of the Levites. And the Levites shall be mine, I am the Lord. And for the ransom of the 273 of the firstborn of the sons of Israel, who are in excess beyond the Levites, you shall take 5 shekels apiece per head. You shall take them in terms of the shekel of the sanctuary. The shekel is 20 gerahs. And give the money, the ransom of those who are in excess among them, to Aaron and his sons. So Moses took the ransom money from those who were in excess, beyond those ransomed by the Levites. From the firstborns of the sons of Israel, he took the money in terms of the shekel of the second sanctuary, 1,365. Then Moses gave the ransom money to Aaron and his sons at the command of the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Okay. So, this is basically a redemption of those who exceeded, who grew beyond the census of before. Okay, so now what's being redeemed here is a little different. This is a redemption of posterity, basically slots. Okay, now this one's a little bit different to explain, and this is actually going to come in to when we talk about a later question here, which is talking about clan identity and clan posterity. Every clan was expected to fulfill its numbers. Basically, if you have a clan and your generation was expected to fill every slot of the previous generation, so you didn't have clan decline. So you didn't lose members over time. So it's really, really an important function of the members of a clan living today that they replace the numbers of those who had been lost through death and accident, etc. But what we have here is not just a replacement, but an abundance. So now more people have been fulfilled, have grown out the clans than that they replaced. So as a response to that, those slots now have to be redeemed. So this is not just an excess of, say, people. This is an excess of slots. So it's a slightly different redemption. But it's similar, but it's different. So again, it's more than just that. Like, for example, in the case of the Levites, they're never counted. You never count the Levites. They're the Lord's. They're his to do with as he pleases. The other tribes and the other clans, they have to redeem new slots to show that this is and that God's going to bless, say, the increase of Israel. So, when you start getting into these various factors of redemption, it does get complicated. I mean, there's no question about that. But you have to always keep in mind that as you look at the redemption passages, there's different redemptions for different purposes and different kinds of, say, births or growth. So, with that said, I know that was a really complicated answer. Your question was very long and it did cover a lot of ground. I hope we answered it well. Thank you very much for the super chat. We very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. That was a long one. Our next super chat here is from N. Japoniscon Rafe for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I was surprised to hear, he says, there were 2 Jewish temples built in Egypt. Elephantini and Konyos. What do we know about them? Were they really temples? Okay. I'm going to throw you a curveball here. There were 3, not just 2. There were 3 Jewish temples built in Egypt. The one in Elephantini, Konyos in Alexandria, and the one at Tel Yehudia at Leotopolis near Memphis. Okay, so there were 3. It's actually not near Memphis so much. It's a northeast suburb of Cairo today. So there were 3 Jewish temples built in Egypt, dedicated to Yahweh. Yeah, so there was 3 of them. Now, the one in Alexandria we know almost nothing about. We only have that. The only reason we know anything about that one is because it was recorded by some of the Talmudic sages. Okay? So that's the only reason we know about that one. But it's not unexpected either. That one's not unexpected either. We would expect a Jewish enclave as large as what we find at Alexandria to have a Jewish temple. So that's not uncommon. But the problem is the whole area of Alexandria just slipped under the ocean with earthquake subsidence. So we don't have any idea what that one looked like. Now, the other 2, we do have some info. The one at Elephantini is actually part of the Aramaic quarter of the city, and it's actually tucked in right behind the Temple of Khnum. Now, you can still see part of that temple today, the last bit of the retaining wall. Unfortunately, it was also built near the edge of a cliff, and that cliff has sort of eroded over time, so most of that temple is now gone, but there's still a small piece of it left. So, yeah, that one's very interesting. I love taking people to Elephantini and showing them, hey, see that little wall there? That's the last strip of the Temple of Yahweh here. Very cool. Very, very cool. The other one at Tel Yehudia, the floor plan is still in place on the Tel. The Egyptians haven't allowed anyone to dig there since Petrie. So, there is a floor plan. It has been published, but it's a site that really should be re-excavated. A lot more should be done at that site. I know James Hoffmeyer has tried. He's put in several applications to redig at that site. It's just too politically divisive. It's really politically divisive. The problem is, say, Egyptians fear that if people start digging up Tel Yehudia, it's going to give, say, Israelis the excuse to invade Egypt and take it over. It's not a rational fear. Okay, this is not a rational fear. Yeah, the Israelis don't want Egypt. I mean, no more than the U.S. wants Mexico. Okay. No one wants to take over Egypt. Okay. But that's the fear. Okay, that's the fear. Is that if people start digging up Tel Yehudia, it'll give Zionists say an excuse to invade again. And that's not going to happen. Everyone knows that's not going to happen. But you can't deal with irrational fears, unfortunately. So that's a temple that is probably the most intact. The Tel Yehudia temple is probably the one that is the most intact of all the temples of Yahweh, bar none. There's no temple that had been built to Yahweh that's as intact as that one. But it's right now buried under a tell. So it's buried, and we're just not going to get as much out of that. Tell you what, yeah, Tel Yehudia, a tell of the Jew. Yehudia. Let me just put it in the live chat here. There you go. Yeah, it's even named after the Jews. Okay, so it's like, yeah. So I mean, making it obvious. They made it obvious. It's really obvious. One of the things at the last excavation of that site, they found Yehudia ware. Essentially, this Semitic ware that you find only from the second temple period, second intermediate period onward. Really telltale ceramic ware. So there's no question that this had been occupied by Israelites at some point. So it's a great little site. It should be re-excavated again, and it should be done in a careful manner, not in a slap hash manner that Petrie did it. But the Egyptians won't allow it. They just won't allow it, which is again really unfortunate. I mean, if I had the opportunity to excavate that site, I'd do it again. I mean, I'd do it. I'd have no problem doing it. So, but yeah. So, in summary, there are 3 temples of Yahweh that were built in Egypt. One at Alexandria of Canio, which we know nothing about really. The one at Elephantine, which we have just the last piece of the wall of. And actually, there's papyri from that one, where we know how a lot of the practices that happened at Elephantine. And then the one at Tel Yehudia. And that's probably one of the most interesting ones because that's probably the best preserved. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Great super chat, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one here is from Asin Weir for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Do angels image God? Interesting question. And the automatic answer is probably no. That's probably the prima facie answer to this question. Some of the reason is because to be an imager of God is to be an embodied being. When we look at, say, passages like Genesis 1, where it talks about God saying, "Let us make man in our image and our likeness," it is using cultic language of idols to say when they create man. So man is created to be a reflection of the divine, not the divine itself, a reflection of the divine. Angels are not reflections of the divine. They have their own glory and their own sort of power and majesty, but it's not the same. I heard a theologian once compare angels more to animals than to humans. Yes, they've got consciousness, they've got will, they've got intelligence. They don't necessarily have creativity that we know of. There's nothing there. We have no indication that an angel is creative in any way, or even possesses the ability to create. And their responses are more likened to animals than they are to humans. So there's a, how do I say this? They're more like forces of nature. Thinking, cognition forces of nature. Than they really are images of the divine. So they're interesting, and they're their own little idea, their own little thing here. But they're not divine, and they're not images of God. They're their own separate category of being. And I think that's really interesting. I think that's really fascinating. Because, when you start looking at, say, going just beyond angels, going to the divine council, for example. The divine council, the powers, the principalities, the spiritual darkness in high places, some little foul spirit that's walking around some haunted house somewhere. You start getting a sense that we're not dealing with one class of being, but almost a flora and fauna. Not so much flora, but more of a fauna. A large variety of different kinds of spiritual beings, each with its own attributes and abilities and special powers and proclivities. But none of those powers, proclivities, abilities seems to be in line where there is solidarity with God himself. That seems to be one thing that the image of God gives mankind that the angels don't have, is solidarity with God. We can both identify with the divine without being the divine. And God can identify with us because he became man, and he lived as man, and he felt as we felt. It's something that's really, really unique to mankind. That whole image of God is unique to mankind. It's because of the way we're created, and it's because of how God related to us. So, with that said, I think that sort of covers the salient points here. That, angels are their own beings. They're their own beings. They have their own abilities, their own attributes, and they're not like gods. They are a different category all of their own. So with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next one here is from Warrior the Most High. And he asks, have you read the Bhagavad Gita? If yes, what is your opinion on its philosophy? If not, why haven't you read it yet? Hope that's not too many questions. Okay. I haven't read it. Why haven't I read it? Time. Full time, full time. uh, no, full time doesn't mean I get to read everything I ever wanted to read. Although I would actually love to read the Bhagavad Gita. I haven't done it yet. Um, uh, Bombot asks, what is the Bhagavad Gita? It's sort of the holy books of the Hindu religion. Okay? So, it's the earliest of the holy books of the Hindu religion. So, but there are some other holy books I do want to read that are, well, and I put holy here in scare quotes. But there's some books I do want to finish reading that are of other religions that are, I think, a higher priority for me. Yeah, the Rig Veda is the earliest. Agreed. But it's one of the early ones. So anyway, it's like, for example, I still have to work my way through the Quran. I know the Quran is a short book, but it's just such a slog to read. Such a slog to read it. But for me, that's probably a more important book to read than, say, the Bhagavad Gita. I still have a hard time getting through that very first surah of the Quran with the cow. I sorry, I have a hard time getting it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, the Quran's a very difficult book to read. It's a very, very difficult book to read. And it's really a slog. It's really a slog. Same with the Gita. Yeah, I can imagine. I can totally imagine that. That doesn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, it does. It's a hard book to get through. Just, you just try it. But most a lot of this literature's like that. Especially when you start getting into that sort of the literature of India. The literature of India can be very, very hard to get through. Like, there was a time when I tried to read through some Sikh literature, and it was a slog. I mean, it's a real slog. Now, maybe they have that same opinion about the Bible. Who knows? It's possible. You know, if you don't know the context of the Bible, it can be really difficult, and I get that. Now, in my particular case, I know the context of the Bible very well, so for me, that's not such a difficult thing to read. But I'm not so aware of, say, the context of the Rig Veda or the Bhagavad Gita or any of those pieces of literature. So I can definitely, as I read those, I am always mindful of the fact that there's a contextual issue that I have to keep in mind whenever I explain the Bible, because just because I understand the context of the Bible doesn't mean everyone else will. So, uh, John Febeck. I know what you mean. I have a critical Quran and I can't get through the cow. Yeah, that's for Surah number 1. That's like the most. That's an incredibly difficult surah to get through. So, I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand why the third caliph, ordered it in that way. Where he put that surah first. I just don't get it, because that's like one of the most difficult surahs in the whole thing. And it's the first surah you read. Talbot Slade. The Bhagavad is also a mess. Fantastic. Fantastic. Great. Okay. So with that said, no, I haven't read the Bhagavad Gita. It's not high on my list either to read at the moment. As I said, the Quran's higher than that, but it's just getting through it is just so hard. But one of the things I'm hoping with going full time here is that I'll have some time to do a little additional reading, because I think reading is really, really important. Reading not just your literature and the literature that's important to you, but a broad base of literature. So I do want to take the opportunity to start reading into some of these other things too. So with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Next super chat here is from Rachel Schoenberger for $10 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And she asks, how should the prohibition of a man marrying his brother's wife in Leviticus 20, 21, and 18:16 be reconciled with Deuteronomy 25, 5-6, which instructs a man to do so in the case of his brother's death? Great question. All right. Now, like when we were talking about the redemption, we said that there wasn't just one redemption. Well, the principle that we have to take into law here is these laws are not absolute. Laws are more akin to case law, decisions that were made. And we have to keep that in mind as we look at these. These are not absolute laws. They're cases that have been brought up, discussed, judged upon, but there's also exceptions. What we're going to deal with here is one of those exceptions. Now, let's talk about man marrying his brother's wife, because this is going to be sort of the benchmark here. So we got a normative case here in Leviticus 20:21. And it says here, if there is a man who takes his brother's wife, it is abhorrent. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. Okay, now, there is sort of there's an understanding here that you're not quite getting, which is fine. Well, let's go back a little more. Let's take a little more context here. So, how much context do we? We won't go into that much context. Okay. We'll start at verse 17 here. If there is a man who takes his sister, his father's daughter, and his mother's daughter, so he sees her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is a disgrace, and they shall be cut off in the sight of the sons of the people. And he has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he bears his guilt. If there is a man who lies with a time of the month woman, and uncovers her nakedness, he has laid bare her flow, and she shall be exposed the flow of blood. Thus both of them shall be cut off from among their people. 19. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister or your father's sister, for such one has made naked his blood relative. They shall bear guilt. If there is a man who lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall be childless. Now, listen here. It's his uncle's wife. Lies with his uncle's wife, not ex-wife. Not ex-wife, his wife. Verse 21. If there is a man who takes his brother's wife, not ex-wife, his wife. Marriage contract here is still in place. It is abhorrent. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. Oops. The marriage has not been dissolved. Yeah, that's not a good thing. Okay? But, not done yet. So, let's go to 18. So in the case of Leviticus 20, verse 21, they're talking really about a marriage that's still intact, but it's an adulterous affair as such. So when we get to 18 here, now 18, verse 16. We'll go start from 15. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. Not was your son's wife, is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. Verse 16. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. Not was, is. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, nor shall you take her son's daughter and her daughter as well to uncover her nakedness. They are blood riverless. This is lewdness. Okay. So don't go crazy here. Just keep your relationships, with some propriety. To within a marriage, proper marriage contract. Okay. Now, let's get to Deuteronomy 25. Because this is the rub. 5 to 6. Okay. Verse 5. When brothers live together, and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside the family to a strange man. Her husband's brother shall go in to her and take her to himself to be as wife. So he's to take her as a wife. The brother's dead. The brother is dead. Dead. Okay. The marriage is dissolved. There's no more marriage anymore. That's what's going on here is what's called levirate marriage. Okay. Her brother's husband shall go to her, take her to be his wife, and perform the duties of the husband's brother to her. Okay. And it shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall assume the name of his dead brother, and his name shall not be blotted out from Israel. Now we have to understand what levirate marriage is. It's a kind of fiction to maintain clan continuity. Now, here's what's going on here. The brother and the wife produced no children. The first brother and the wife produced no children. He dies. He's dead and buried. Now there's a gap. There's a gap in the clan. There's a member missing in the clan. The next brother marries the wife of his other brother to produce multiple children. They can't just produce one child. They're supposed to produce at least two. One to replace his brother, one to replace himself. This is how clan continuity is maintained. Okay? So, this is not a violation of Leviticus 20 or 18, where another brother is coming in and stealing the wife of his brother, and exposing his nakedness and lewdness. This is doing a service to the dead brother to replace his number in the clan, so that his name lives on. So that first child is not the child of that second brother and the wife, but is actually numbered towards that first brother and the wife. So, this again is a fiction to maintain clan numbers. This is something you just find in clan societies. And it's a common practice called levirate marriage. So it's not the same as, say, adultery or exposing the nakedness of your brother. That's not what's going on here. It was a vital function of clan viability. And it's what led to the clans being able to survive, is keeping up those numbers. And in, say, Bronze and early Iron Age Israel, life was hard. fatalities happened a lot. And how you compensated for the fatality rate was to bear more children. And if you and your wife couldn't bear enough children to replace your numbers, that's where the brother came in. That's where levirate marriage came in and filled the gap for that. So that's how we reconcile the two. One, Leviticus 20 and 18 are talking about active marriages. Deuteronomy 25 is talking about levirate marriage. And they're two different circumstances, and they're then governed by two different laws as such. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from Andrew Tinsley for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, is it reasonable to think Sodom and Gomorrah were historical if they haven't been found yet? Would we be able to see tells or mounds of cities that size in the area even if they haven't been excavated? Not necessarily. Okay, now this is one of the sort of the cautions we have when we talk about archaeology. Now, in Israel, yes, many cities did form tells. And that's basically, a city's destroyed, sand and dirt comes in and fills in between the walls of cities and creates an artificial mound called a tell. And generation after generation would build on the tell, and the tell would get bigger and taller and all that. Okay? And when you find a tell, it's almost certainly you've got a city there, and it's glorious. But we also know, too, that not all destroyed cities form tells. And just because we can't find a city doesn't mean it isn't there. Probably one of the biggest mysteries in, say, Egyptology was, where was Ichitawi? There was no tell where Ichitawi is. No tell. The whole city was just razed to the ground. Now, in 2018, it was found using satellite photography, and it hasn't been excavated yet. But it's so under the sand, you can't see it. I remember attending a lecture by, what was his name? Wegner? You were at that lecture with me. Yeah. And he showed, he was excavating the tomb, the temple, and the tomb of Senwosret III at Abydos. And he showed the slide of the site where it began, where he started digging. It was just flat sand. You wouldn't know that anything was there if you hadn't done ground penetrating radar or something. It's just flat. Totally flat. It looks like sand blown over the top. It's like, dude, how did you ever find this? There's nothing there. I mean, he took a wild guess and said, okay, that's the mountain of Anubis. Probably at the base of that. He got lucky. He got really lucky. But that's something that, right now, satellite imaging has done a lot to find some of these lost cities. There's even been full pyramids that have been found, that have been just, they didn't know it was there, because it'd been, the whole top of the pyramid had been sheared off. It's crazy, but not all cities leave a tell or a mark on the surface that you can just see. So, a place, when you're talking about a place like the Dead Sea, the Negev, and the southern Dead Sea area, it would not surprise me at all if it's just underneath the sand somewhere. It just would not surprise me at all if it's still there. So, but then again, too, there's been a lot of places that were thought to be myths that were later found. that were not exactly easy to find. The city of Avaris is a great example of this. It was underneath a field. There was no tell there. It was literally under a wheat field. Totally level. And we can just go on and on and on with various examples of this just because we haven't found it today doesn't mean it isn't there. So just because you can't see it on the surface doesn't mean it isn't there. We've had too many counterexamples of stuff that is under that we have found later that you wouldn't know it on the surface. I mean, you'll look at, say, the original site for Avaris. It's a muddy field. It's a muddy field. That's it. I mean, it's crazy, the before photo of it, where they took a photo of the area, and it's just like, yeah, you see mud puddles. Mud puddles, dirt, and crops. So yeah, I think it's still reasonable to think that Sodom and Gomorrah were historical. Yeah, Troy was mythical too until they found it. In fact, it's really funny because people had been going all the way back to Greek times saying that Troy was mythical. Well, yeah, Schliemann found Troy. So that's it. That's all it takes is somebody with one turn of the shovel to turn myth to reality. And that's the danger of these absence of evidence arguments. That's the danger, is you risk looking like a complete nunce for being skeptical of it. Oh yeah. I mean, there's a great quote from Voltaire. Okay, in the 1650s, I think it was 1650s, 1750s. Okay, I've been corrected here. So Voltaire goes, Voltaire's big argument against the Bible, big argument. This was his huge argument. Was, well, I don't think the Bible's true because we found none of the cities found in the Bible. Ooh. Yeah, that didn't age well. Well, I mean, look, even in Voltaire's time, they knew of two biblical cities mentioned in the Bible: Rome and Jerusalem. Okay. So he was even wrong about that. Now we're fighting over sites. Now we're narrowing it down to the point where we're finding all these cities, and it's only just like a handful now that we're even questioning anymore. It's crazy. It's crazy that we even have to still do this, but it's only going to be a matter of time before we narrow them all down. Okay, and there's some we might end up saying, okay, we can't decide one way or the other. That could totally be true. And Sodom and Gomorrah could be one of those. But I think it's still a little too early to write off Sodom and Gomorrah yet. Now, I think there are some candidates for Sodom and Gomorrah that can't be it. I don't think Tel El-Hammam is Sodom and Gomorrah. No way, it's in the wrong place. I think Ron Wyatt's Sodom and Gomorrah is in the wrong place. Haystack says, I wonder if in 1,000 years people will say San Diego never existed. Could be. I mean, there are some. I mean, I wonder if people will say Detroit existed in 500 years. I mean, Detroit's like... Oh, well. I mean, Detroit's getting eaten up by the wilderness really, really fast as people abandon it. So, Detroit might be high on the list. New Orleans. What happens when New Orleans... I mean, New Orleans is sinking by 5 feet a year, something like that. Sooner or later, New Orleans is going to get sucked up by the ocean. What if in 800 years people say, well, New Orleans never existed? So, you know, there's that can happen. I mean, look, I mean, there were people who doubted the existence of Jamestown. There were people who doubted the existence of Jamestown, and then they found it. So yeah, but this bad thinking is perennial. Bad thinking is perennial. In Japan, it's gonna have a Jersey. Yeah, well. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. Let's see, was this it? Andrew Tinsley. But I think it's still a little bit early to sort of write off the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Okay, there's still a lot of places in that southern Dead Sea area that have still yet to be properly surveyed or explored, and we still don't know what satellite is going to pick up either. I mean, that's a game changer. We know they've done it for Egypt, but Israel being a hot military zone, it could take a little while before that sort of satellite imaging is available. But I think once they do that, we could get some real surprises. So I'm sort of crossing my fingers here, and I'm betting on that the satellite imaging is going to give us some insight into that southern Dead Sea area that a lot of people won't be expecting. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Okay. Next one here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Favorite fictional franchise, whether it be comics, movies, games, etc. Ooh, a popular culture question. Well, thank you for the super chat. The problem is I have various favorites based on those particular genres. Now, in the manga world, Gundam is mine. I love Gundam. I'm a big Gundam fan. Movies, I don't watch so many movies. My movies, I'm not a big movie watcher. Don't have a lot of time for movies. Games. Now, games, I'm a huge Fallout fan. Yes, Bonbon, I like mecha. Okay, I like mecha. Games, but games Fallout. I'm totally into the whole post-apocalyptic thing. I didn't do Fallout 1 or 2. I did Fallout 3, Fallout 3 New Vegas, Fallout 4. I'm more of the new Fallout guy. I'm not so much into the retro 90s Fallout. I was doing in the 1990s. I was more into Ultima. Like Ultima, I did like the games Ultima. I did Ultima 2 to Ultima 9. Including the 2 Ultima Underworlds as well. So I was big into Ultima. I have played Starfield. I have enjoyed Starfield very much. Again, I want to thank Jack Ray for purchasing that for me. We really appreciate it. Right now it's my go-to game. When I can carve out a few minutes to play a video game. Been loving Starfield. It's very, very Bethesda. If you like Bethesda, you'll like it. If you're not into Bethesda, well, maybe less so. I also am very big into Skyrim. So I love Bethesda games, essentially. I mean, big Bethesda fan. Television series, I'm a Babylon 5 guy. So for science fiction, I'm totally into Babylon 5. I used to be very into Doctor Who, but the new ones are just suck. Sorry. I really hate the new ones. They took all the life and the fun out of it. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped help you know what to get me for Christmas. Thank you very much. Okay. And okay, let me just see here. Which one is it? Does he say? Earlier in the week. I can just let me just check my records here because I can look up super chats. And let me see what we got for you here. All right, let's just see here. This will just take a moment, we don't want to make sure, we want to make sure we didn't miss any super chats. Okay, earlier in the week, I have. Okay. 501 Mobius. Okay, I saw. Okay, Angelic Rafi. I see your the 2 Jewish temples, and we answered that one. That's the last. That's the only one we have from you. So, Rafi. It doesn't look like it went through, and YouTube never picked it up. So, I don't know what's going on there, but we only have one for you, and we've already answered that. So, so yeah, I've got all the activity here, up until the present here on YouTube. So, so anyway, I don't know what else to say to you here, but okay. So, I don't think you would have been charged for that either. So, because it's a YouTube not connecting, we have had reports of, say, people putting in super chats and YouTube not fulfilling them. In which case, they usually don't get charged either, but they don't get up on the screen either. So, so that's what I know about that. But I only have a record for one of you. So, okay, so let's get back to the super chats we do have here. And the one we have here is from Tim Miara for £2. I'm just gonna make it quick. Slade Neighbors asked me a question. Why do I no longer have membership bug in chat? Personas not gratis? No. It's not that your personas not gratis. Is that one of the things we have to understand about YouTube memberships is they expire. So if you grab a free membership from, say, Jack Ray, it's only good for a month. Okay. Once the month expires, you lose the membership until you get a new membership. Either Jack Ray will give you one, or you pay for it yourself. But that's how membership works. Is the memberships are only good for a month, and then you have to either subscribe or get new ones. Okay, so that's how it works. So, okay, so back to Tim Miara's super chat here for £2 British. Thank you for the super chat. Why the calf and not something else in Exodus 32:4? Okay, let's look at that. Okay, and that's probably not going to give us a lot here, but we'll just read the passage anyway. Okay, so the scripture here. Exodus 32, verse 4. And he took this from their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool and made it into a molten calf. They said, "This is your God, O Israel, who brought you up out from the land of Egypt. Okay. Now, why a calf? There's the reason. Default worship. Okay. One of the things you have to understand about, say, the worship of the ancient Near East, from Mesopotamia through Levant all the way down to Egypt, the preeminent form of worship of the late bronze, early bronze, middle bronze, Iron Age 2, even into Babylonia, is cow worship. This is true across every culture of the ancient Near East. There are 12, at least a dozen, different bovine deities for Egypt. It's not just Hathor. You've got the Apis bull. You got the Mevis bull. There's like 8 others on top of that. It's just one of those things that's ubiquitous across the ancient Near East. You know, you go to Ashkelon, and you with the excavation of that Canaanite city, they found 2 silver bowls. That yay bigish. One was a little smaller. One was about that big, but the other one was about yay big. That were idols that they worshipped at Ashkelon. Now, these are often called the golden bulls, but they were actually silver. Okay, but this is a feature of ancient Near Eastern religion. Is they gravitated to worshiping bovine deities. So when in Exodus 32, when Moses goes up on the mountain and he doesn't return promptly, and the people want God to worship, they, like that, switch to bovine worship. Okay? They switch like they turn like a switch. Yahweh worship, click. Bovine worship, click. Yahweh worship, click. Bovine worship. That was their mindset coming out of Egypt. If they're not worshiping Yahweh and they got no person to direct them to Yahweh, they switch right to bovine worship. Now, we're not told which bovine deity this is. It's possible it wasn't any bovine deity, that it was just a cow. A calf. This seems to be also done where people just worshipped cows just for the sake of worshiping them, and that they were not necessarily particular gods. It doesn't help, too, that the cow was also part of, say, Baal worship. One of the things we see from Baal worship is Baal standing on the back of a bull. That was his symbol. So, we know that the Israelites, when they came out of Egypt, they left Avaris with its 2 temples, one dedicated to Seth, one dedicated to Baal. So, it's possible that they were also not necessarily reverting to an Egyptian deity, but to Baal worship, using that calf as the symbol of Baal. So, there's a whole lot of sort of pregnant symbolism in the calf that sort of seeps into the widespread culture of the time. So it's just, for them, default worship. That's all it is. It's they're no longer worshiping Yahweh, so they're going back to what's comfortable, what's normal for them. And what's normal and comfortable for them is bovine worship. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and it's a great question. Okay, the next one here. I want to thank Jack Ray for his membership support tonight. That helps us, again, to keep the channel going. We thank you for your generosity to it. And if you haven't picked up your membership or your renewed membership, do so from Jack Ray now. because you can get it now, and he's providing it as a service to the community, and we really, really appreciate it. So if you don't have your little bug behind your name, that's where you get it from, is Jack Ray. So, thank you for that. We really appreciate it. Okay, the next super chat here is from Haystack for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I don't see a question here. Is there a question attached to that? Don't see a question attached to that. At 8:08, I just see a super chat. See if there's a go back here. 8:08. Let me see. I should still have it up. Let's take a quick. Nope, mine's dropped off too on that one, on the high one. No, that's all I got is just a empty super chat. But anyway, thank you for the support of the channel. We appreciate it. I should point out that I'm going to be on Haystack's channel tomorrow, having a discussion with him about the Exodus. So this should be really, really interesting. I don't know if it's going to be live or not, but it's always going to be a good time. So thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and thank you for the support of the channel. Okay. Next one here is from Mechanique for $2. Thank you for the super chat. To regain might sapped by retail, take up the pen. Oh yeah, they're vampires. They're total vampires. They will suck the life out of you. But that's what our plan is being able to go full time now. We are going to take up the pen, and we're going to get back into a writing schedule. So I'm really excited about that. I've been really looking forward to this. So again, a huge thank you to our super chatters and our supporters on this channel. You're helping us to do this, and we can't do this without your support, and we really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you so very much. And I look forward to the pen again, especially there's some aspects of writing I really, really enjoy, especially some of the archaeological narrative stuff. That's fun to write, really fun to write. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. One here is from Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you for the super chat. What is heaven, and how would it look like? Ooh. That's an interesting question. We do have a few descriptions of heaven. Like, for example, in Revelation chapter 4, where it talks about every tribe and every nation praising God before the throne. And then you have the altar there, and then in the Emerald Sea, and that's supposed to be an allusion to the Sea of Bronze. So you got this temple layout that was basically kind of a the earthly temple was foreshadowing. So, but it seems to be a place of sounds and activity and bustling and energy, life, and my producer says, Jesus said, I have come to give you life, and life more abundantly. Heaven is a place of life. Life just abounds in heaven. So, it's not just, it's not that silly idea of angels sitting on clouds strumming harps. No, that's not heaven. Heaven is active. Heaven is relational. You're in relation with God, but you're also in relation with each other. The death of separation of people to one another, the separation between you and God, between you and angels, between you and nature, all of that gets fixed in heaven. You are in relation with everything. You're even in touch with yourself. There's no disconnect, no double-mindedness in heaven. That's what heaven is like. It's the ultimate connection of relationship and life and abundance and living. And because of that, it's a place of activity, of interest, of growth, and of joy. Talbot Slade said, Christ will bring heaven down to earth like it was in Eden. Yes, it was. And it'll even be better than Eden. Better than Eden. Eden wasn't perfect. It was good. It wasn't perfect. Heaven will bring perfection that should have been in Eden, but didn't materialize because of the fall. All things will be made new. It will be perfect this time. It will be better this time. And it will be more abundant. Eden was an abundant place. But heaven on earth will be even more abundant. So, anyway, that should describe heaven, at least in a nutshell. But there could be a lot more to be said about heaven too. We're sort of at tip of the iceberg when it comes to describing heaven, because one of the things that sort of impeded theologians for a long time when sort of just talking about heaven was that we didn't understand earth. We didn't understand creation. We didn't understand what God was meaning to do through the creation. That whole idea that that there's going to be that this is a sacred place of holiness. There's a lot that we are now sort of because we now understand, say, the creation narrative better. We can now bring that understanding into heaven and why certain things in heaven are like they are. I really can't explain that because I don't know that one well enough. Where was that? 947. Seven. Does it let me explain? Okay. Let me explain. Follows as a shepherd asks. Perhaps Bonbon could answer this. What is the Jewish view of heaven, if there is one? That's very controversial. I don't think there is one view of Jewish heaven. Just like there probably isn't even one view of Christian heaven, to be honest. But at the same time, too, thought on this has changed over time as well. So this one I'm going to defer to perhaps Bonbon to answer in the live chat, because he's going to have a particular view about this. And yeah. He answers, they don't teach you a lot about it, but some might, depends on the community. Yeah, and I think he nailed it on the head here. I think Bonbon nails it on the head here. Yeah, it depends on your community. Some Jewish communities will have very different views on this than others. Trying to get sort of a consensus view from, say, amongst various Jewish groups is very difficult to do. And I wouldn't want to try to oversimplify that with a direct answer. But various teachers have a variety of views on this. So, but suffice it to say, though, in the Christian view, it is about restoration. It's about healing, and it's about life. And that's sort of one thing that's sort of universal about, say, Christian views of heaven. is that it's a restoration of relationships. So, I will leave the Jewish view to experts who are better versed to answer that than me. So anyway, thank you very much for that follow-up question. Appreciate it. But I don't think I can answer that. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. Way up. Something. Okay, here we go. Next one here is from BC for $5 Australian. It's happening. Popcorn. Well, you know what? There might be a few more popcorn reviews coming because, again, I now have the time. So you never know when a popcorn review could manifest again. So, but yes, it's finally happening. We're finally going full time, and we have you guys to thank for it. So we really appreciate your support, and we're so grateful for this. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Okay, the next super chat here from BC for 20 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, since every case of Christ saying, quote, some here today will not taste death, etc., is following immediately by the story of transfiguration, can we conclusively say that he was referring to that? Luke 9:27, Mark 9:1, Matthew 16:28. Okay. Now, there's a sort of twist to this. Okay. Now, let's just take the verses first, and then we'll get into this. Okay, we'll start with the Luke passage. Luke 9:7. But I say to you truthfully, there are some of those standing here who will not taste death until they see the kingdom of God. Well, it's the kingdom of God. That's the resurrection and glorification of Jesus Christ. That's not a very controversial statement. Okay? So, that's... He's basically telling them at this particular point that, hey, it's near. The eschaton, the inaugurated eschaton, which is the inauguration of God's kingdom of Christ, is at hand. See what Mark says here. Let's see if Mark concurs. Mark 9, verse 1. And he was saying to them, truly I say to you, there are some of those who are standing here who shall not taste death until they see the kingdom of God after it is come with power. What's the power? Okay, well, it's the resurrection of Jesus Christ, it's his ascension, and it's Pentecost. Okay. Now, you've got Pentecost wrapped into this as well. So that's the power of the Holy Spirit. So, and then finally, we got Matthew. Matthew 16, verse 28. Truly I say to you, there are some of those who are standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Okay. Again, Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The resurrection. The ascension. Pentecost. These are the steps of the inauguration of the kingdom of Christ. my producer says, "Do I realize that I'm ruining newspaper eschatology?" Well, maybe just a little. Maybe just a little. Yeah. Now, basically, he's saying that some of you are going to be alive to see this. Some of you are going to be alive to see the Christ coming in his power and his glory. It appeared to 500 at the ascension. It wouldn't be inconceivable that somebody in that crowd standing right there was also at the ascension. 500 people witnessed it. Somebody would have been there. Some of them maybe even among them. That's all it would have taken to have been, to fulfill this. That's all it would have taken. So, he's basically telling these people, yeah, it's close. It's really, 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 really close. And you better be aware of that. Because you could miss it. And some of you guys standing around here like looking slack-jawed are going to see it. So, I'm not implying that they were slack-jawed, but some of them didn't realize how close they were to seeing it. So that's what he's saying here. He's just giving them a heads up. Hey, it's going to happen in some of your guys' lifetime. Like, maybe a lot closer than you think. So clue in, buddy. Well, that's basically what he's telling him. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. And a great question. Okay, next one here. Is from Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on evolution? Are there better options? I stay out of the whole evolution creationist game, okay? I have some scientific misgivings about the theory of evolution, okay? That doesn't mean I believe in creationism either, though. So keep that in mind. I think that I don't. First of all, I don't go for compatibilist views, concordant views. Okay, so I'm not a concordist. I don't try to equate Genesis with any particular scientific understanding for a particular reason. Because I think it takes the text out of the meaning that they were intended to relate. Now, with that said, I don't happen to subscribe to any particular scientific view on origins either. It's a very complicated subject. I can see problems with all views on this. So I can see problems with creationism. I can see problems with old Earth creationism. I can see problems with progressive creation. I can see problems with theistic evolution. I can see problems with evolution. So I'm staying out of it, essentially. So do I think there are better options? I don't think there are any good options. I mean, you even got panspermia thrown in the mix here. You want to go there? Where life hitchhikes on a meteor. That would make just as much sense at this point as evolution, to be honest. So, yeah, I think. Look, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of good works done on this, both for and against. I mean, I do like Denton's books. on this subject. But then again, too, that doesn't compel me to believe any one thing either. But I can also see the limitations of evolutionary theory. Frankly, we don't know where. I mean, even though evolution goes from, say, abiogenesis to cells fully formed that could reproduce, respirate, metabolize. That's a leap. That's honestly a leap, and it's a leap that evolution can't explain yet. Now, it's not to mean that they won't explain it. It's possible that they will, but it's evolution's it's evolution's equivalent of God in the gaps. It's evolution in the gaps. Well, if you're going to say there's a God of the gaps, well, sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. If you can't explain the transition from abiogenesis to a fully formed cell, then you've got an evolution of the gaps. That's going to be an issue. So, are there better options? There might be someday. The thinking is, I mean, in my lifetime, I have seen several waves of evolutionary theory. Of course, you had original Darwinian evolution of the 1850s. That's not been in my lifetime, fortunately. I'm not quite that old. But, but then you had Julian Huxley's neo-Darwinism. That was pretty much extant until the 1980s. That is in my lifetime. And then you had Eldridge and Gould's punctuated equilibrium. That's your third wave evolutionary theory. Now, today, you've got a fourth wave of evolutionary theory called epigenetic evolution. They're all different. So, if there's three waves of evolution that just theory that in just my lifetime alone, maybe this thing's not fully baked yet. Maybe it needs to rise in the oven a bit more. And maybe it does need a little more thought and introspection to really sort of flesh this thing out properly. So, this is why I'm staying out of it. I'm not going to subscribe to anything that in 10 years I'm going to have to change my mind on. Yeah, that's a very tenuous statement. Juan says, I find it out how people are against it when there's a plethora of evidence on evolutionary psychology. Yeah, but here's the thing. Evolutionary psychology is so speculative. It's so speculative. We have to be careful not to confuse theory and evidence. So, one also says here, I hope I don't go to hell for believing in evolution. I don't think you will, honestly. I think this is a secondary issue. No, I don't think anyone's going to hell for believing in evolution. Yeah, okay. I've now become public enemy number one of Kent Hovind. Okay, I get it. Kent Hovind now hates me. Yeah. So, no one's going to hell for evolution, for believing in evolution. If you want to believe in evolution, knock your socks off. I'm staying out. I'm recusing myself of that debate until the situation is better, is clear for me. So, I'm just staying out of that. But I'm not satisfied with what I've heard so far. So, with that said, that's about all I'm going to say about the whole evolutionary debate. It's just not something I'm comfortable with taking a side on. It's not to say I won't someday take a side on it. I could end up siding with evolution. It's possible. It's possible I'll side with some other theory of origins. That's scientific. That's more compelling. Okay. But I want to keep my options open at the moment. And I think there's nothing wrong with keeping your options open. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I don't know. Not convinced, but I don't know either. That's a perfectly acceptable position. No one should make you have to choose a side on this. I want to really, really make that clear. There's nothing in the Bible that compels you to take a side. The only thing is that God created it. Whether it's by evolution, whether by creation, fiat, whatever, God created it. Okay. If you've got that, got the rest. You don't need more. That's the only affirmation you need to make on this. Anything else? Yeah. It's either here or there. It's all secondary issues after that. So, anyway. Thank you very much for that super chat on evolutionary theory. Again, I think it's a completely secondary issue. I don't think it matters to your salvation one way or the other. And I don't take a side. Okay, so the next super chat here is from here. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for some more memberships. We really, really appreciate the support of the community, and we really appreciate that. Juan, thoughts on using critical analysis in history? I don't know what you mean by critical analysis. What do you mean by this? We thank you for the super chat, but I'm not quite sure what you mean by this. So you'll have to explain what you mean by critical analysis, because I know what critical thinking is in history. I know what historical analysis is in history. I don't know exactly what you mean by critical analysis. So if you can explain the question a little more clearly, I can probably give some answer to that. But as the question is stated here, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. So anyway, 1006 is, I don't know if that's take a Popperian view on science. Yeah, I'm not sure again how that relates. I mean, I know Popper's view is you can't basically show something, you can only disprove something. But at the same time too, that doesn't work necessarily well with a model of history. So if he's talking about, say, Popper's view, it's again that would be difficult to apply to a historical methodology and framework. So anyway, I'm sorry I can't answer the question better, but I'm just not clear on what you mean here. So anyway, thank you for the question. We really appreciate it, but I'm sorry, but we can't give you more here on this one. Okay. Wabier is here tonight. Wabier is in the house. Awesome. Very, very good friend of mine showed up. Good to see you here tonight, buddy. Okay. Get to the next one here. Next question here is from Luis Sandoval for 250 Dominican pesos. Great. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there any books, info recommendation on the nature and angelic beings and their classification? What are the best books about Revelation? Ooh. Oh. Okay, that's a tough one. That's two separate questions. The best books on Revelation is, I think Sanders did a book on Revelation that was pretty good, if I can recall right. I can't remember the name of it. Okay, I see Juan's update here. We'll take that in a moment. Is there any books or recommendations on angelic beings and their classification? I don't think there's been very much written on this that's been very sound. I will recommend, first of all, Heiser's book. on on um oh the unseen realm. Now, one thing about Heiser, I don't agree with everything Heiser has to say. Okay? But I think he's made a good first step. I I think he's made a very, very good Danny DeBent. He's saying this sarcastically. The best books in Revelation are clearly the Left Behind series. Ooh, 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 so bad. No, 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 no. Do not depend on the Left Behind series for your insight on Revelation. That would not go well. So eh. Now I do think, though, in all seriousness, I do think Heiser took a very, very good first step in this. Danny Ben, but they're so entertaining. Oh, but they're so wrong on so many levels. Okay, now to get back to the question here, I do think that Heiser took a very, very good first step with, say, Unseen Realm. Now, I think there's that more can be done here. I think there is a lot of things that are haven't been said properly about angelic beings and their classification. You want to One thing you do want to avoid when you broach this topic is to get into what's called demonology. The idea that you can classify demons down to their names and such. And demonology works were really, really big in, say, early modern Europe. But they also weren't very helpful. They didn't help you to understand what these beings were like, the biblical symbolism around them, or the metaphysics of spiritual beings in general. So I think there's a lot of groundwork that's still yet to be done on this that does it in a way that's not irresponsible. Like, you will see deliverance ministries sometimes publish books on demonology that's really irresponsible. You'll see in some of these sort of demonology manuals, the demon of baldness, or the demon of nearsightedness. Okay, and once you get into silly stuff like that, it starts to become very irresponsible. But with that said, there are things that can be said about, say, principalities, about angels, about demons, and things of this nature that can be said intelligently, responsibly, and with good scholarly rigor. There was a dictionary that I thought was pretty good on this similar topic here. See if I can find it quickly here in my archive. Just a second here. It's not. I wouldn't say it's as. It's sort of a step behind Heiser in some respects, but it is also still worth looking at. And let me see if I can find this here quickly. There's. The Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, edited by Carol Vandertorn, Bob Becking, and Peter W. Vanderhorst. Now, I'm not always a great fan of Vandertorn's work, but I think this one is a good start. So I would recommend that as a book that you could read on if you want to start getting into, say, the classification of angelic beings and demons and basically spiritual powers. So that would be the book I would recommend, The Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from Jonathan for $9.99. I've usually said sola scriptura means the Bible is the sole infallible authority for faith and practice. Is that meaningfully different from saying that it's a final authority as you defined it? Okay, now it's not my definition, first of all. Okay, sola scriptura means it's scripture alone, not scripture only. Okay, uh, it is the final authority for faith and practice. So that's the classical definition of sola scriptura. Now, if it's the only authority for faith and practice, that's not sola scriptura, that's nuda scriptura. And if it's not there's also what's called a prima scriptura, which is where you consult scripture first, and then you can consult other authorities after. So there's several views here that's going on. So, the difference between sola scriptura and saying that it's the final authority and say an idea that the Bible is the only infallible authority for faith and practice is that, say, those who hold to it being the final authority do consult other authorities as well. So this is not to just say, I mean, you could conflate that to be the only infallible authority, but it's not necessarily the case. And what I mean by that is that those who hold to sola scriptura would basically agree with you that the Bible is the sole infallible authority, but the nuda scriptura guys would agree the same thing. And frankly, the prima scriptura guys also would agree that. So you have all three views essentially agreeing that it is the sole infallible authority for faith and practice. They would all agree that. So then it comes down to, how are we separating then sola scriptura from nuda scriptura from prima scriptura? And that's sort of where the issue comes in, is how do we differentiate it? So you got that sort of differing approaches to how the sole infallible authority of faith and practice is being applied. And that's where the difference comes in. Not so much in its belief of the Bible being an infallible authority for faith and practice, but how do we apply this in such a way that, say, in the case of sola scriptura, we also are deferent to how the Holy Spirit has spoken in the history of the church going through the ages. Or, in the case of nuda scriptura, where we don't trust any authority but the Bible alone. Same way, too, is that... sorry, I'm reading comments as we're going along here. In the case of prima scriptura, you start with scripture. That's your starting point. And then you can say, okay, if the Bible isn't clear at the starting point, you can then consult other authorities. So the Bible may be the only infallible authority, but it may not always be clear. So if it's not clear in a particular case, you would then go to other authorities to get that clarity. So it comes down to method, is really what it comes down to. Not so much the whole idea that it's the only authority. But where is your priority in sort of the hierarchy of how we handle the infallible Word of God with, say, other authorities? So I hope that clarified the issue for you. It is complicated. It is complicated, and it is still debated. And I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. But again, all the views of Sola, Prima, and Nuda would agree that the Bible is the sole infallible authority. But how do you then relate that to other matters of, say, other authorities within the church? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hope that helped. Okay. Next super chat here is from Juan for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Ever thought of doing a reading list on Bible and Egypt? Ooh, no. It's called a bibliography. But I will recommend one, which is the Gordon Conwell one. Let me just get this one for you. Okay, I'll post it in the live chat here. I don't have to do this because somebody else has done it already. And they did a really, really good job of this. So let me see. Gordon Conwell. Center for Early... It's called Center for Early Christianity, but it's not just Christianity. Let's see if I can get the bibliography up here. Okay. Resources for research. Let me see about that. No. Okay, let me get the bibliography here. Okay. This is where I would... Now, they've got one here for... I'll just give you the one for biblical archaeology, but they also have one for biblical studies, for the Dead Sea Scrolls, and for the historical Jesus. Okay? And there you'll see a nice little bibliography of, bunches of books. Bunches of books. And these are the best of the best. The Gordon Conwell really, really went out of their way to evaluate, say, the best books on these various subjects. And yes, mine's in there too. Okay. Okay. Maybe that was a little self-serving. Okay. But I don't argue with a lot that they've included in this bibliography. It's a really well done, really strong bibliography. So if you want a reading list, there it is. It's a great reading list. I would highly recommend it. And, that will give you a great, great start on this. Now, as I said, they have one for a reading list on the life of Jesus. They have one on biblical studies, and they have a fourth one as well. But that will give you a good start. Okay? So I don't have to do one. Someone's already done it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, the next one here is from... BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. If you like mecha, I recommend the Armored Core series. The originals 1 to 3 on the PlayStation X were the best. Latest one 6 looks pretty good too. Well, I don't have a PlayStation, so for me, that's kind of a non-starter. I appreciate the recommendation though. I mean, I do love mecha games. And I do love, say, mecha series. But, that's one of the things I never did get into was game consoles. I don't own a TV. It's kind of hard to have a game to use a game console if you don't own a TV. So, yep. Rumor confirmed. Dr. Falk doesn't have a TV. I play all games on my PC. So if it doesn't work on the PC, Andy gone, well, what? I don't remember it off the top of my head. I just remember reading it in seminary. Yeah. So yeah, I don't have a TV. So for me, I've never had... I mean, I guess technically one of these monitors I have could work as a TV, but I just... So I just never got into console games. Just never did, because, it just was one of those things where I don't have a console. Never got into it. So I did all my gaming on a PC. So, and frankly, I haven't had a TV now for, yeah, it was the move to Toronto in 2010. So I haven't had, yeah, yeah, 13 years. I haven't had a TV in 13 years. So, and frankly, I haven't missed it. Um, you know, everything I need is on computer these days. Alvin Slade, how can you watch University of Washington if no TV? I don't watch sports either. I haven't watched a football game in 30 years. Honestly, I have not watched a football game in 30 years. Um, I mean, I think the last sports event I watched was when I was sitting in the dentist's office when I was in still in undergrad, and it was the finals for the Windows women's kendo competition. That was brutal. That was a lot of fun to watch. Okay, but yeah, I just don't watch sports. I watch very few movies. I watch a little TV, television. Yeah, I'd rather read a book too. I mean, I totally get that. Jack Ray says I'd rather read a book. I totally agree with that. I mean, if I had the time to watch a football game, I would have the time to read a book. So for me, I just want the time to read books. For me, I find books more enriching. Diego Cervantes says Commodore 64 or Atari. I don't watch sports. Maybe the Olympics, but that's it. um, I wasn't into either Commodore 64 or Atari. So I had a friend growing up who had a Coleco, but I didn't have. My parents wouldn't pay for a gaming console. So I mean, my parents are TV addicts. They're total TV addicts. They can't live without a TV. But that was that generation too. That they basically grew up with television, and that was their idea of civilization. So I mean, as soon as my mother gets up in the morning, she turns on the TV and leaves it on until about midnight. So but I never needed the TV in the same way. But then and again, too, I was a child of the internet. So for me, that was my sort of uh, entertainment addiction was the internet. So it's different generations is what it is. But as I said though, as a result though, I don't have any gaming consoles or anything like that. By the way, we do have a PO box now, which we should post at some point. If anyone does want to send us things, like letters or anything like that, we'll post that soon. So, you seem more like you would have been an Intellivision guy. Again, my parents didn't buy any of that stuff, so it was just like I saw that the console games sort of passed me by. It sort of passed me by. Although I did spend a lot of time at the arcade. I will say that. Yes, my producer and I dated at arcades. So, I did love arcades. It's not that I didn't like the games. It's just I just didn't. I just didn't, have them in my home. Uh, Pinball noise. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I did some pinball. I do remember doing one of the games my wife and I played was we did Dungeons and Dragons, the video arcade game, to completion. Yeah, so Folk was a proto-zoomer. Well, maybe, maybe. Okay, so that explains why I don't have a console like a PS10 because I PSX because I don't have a TV to go with it. So again, my TV probably what it passes as my monitor could do that, but again, it's just one of those things that is not something that I'm really that interested in. But Um, but I appreciate the recommendation. I do play video games, and I love video games. I'm absolutely hooked on video, or as a form of relaxation. So I love video games, but I just don't have a console. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray gifted another 20 memberships. Thank you so very much. Okay, Juan for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, are occultists, Crowley, Order of the Golden Dragon, Hermetics, those are very, very different occultists, performing magic in the correct Egyptian rituals, or are they misappropriating culture? They're misappropriating culture. None of those groups are practicing Egyptian rituals like the Egyptians did. Egyptian rituals were very seldom done outside of a temple context. Now, you could perform a magical spell outside of a temple context. That could be done. But it had to have been done in a certain way that was in deference to certain Egyptian constructs. And I have yet to see any of these groups do it right. I've even seen, say, the conscious community even try some of this Egyptian magic and just sort of miss the boat because they don't get the context. So, and this is very, very common with Hey Talbot, I saw your message there. For some reason, I'm not being able to regain membership with Jack Ray Gifting. Go up to the top. Did you see? We're gonna just now. This could be a matter of you having to log in and log out. Some people have reported that if you log in and log out, sometimes it fixes this. But what you can do is generally the instructions are to go up to the top where you see, say, the super chat at the top and the little gifty at the top, and click on the gift. And then click on the picture, and that's sometimes enough to accept the gift. So, that's one way to do this. So that's just a quick tutorial on how to accept those gifts from Jack Ray. So, but if that doesn't work, log out and log back in to YouTube, because sometimes YouTube sort of hangs on that. So that's something to try. Okay, getting back to Juan's question here. There are a lot of groups that try to reconstruct Egyptian religions, and say the 19th century occultists and even early 20th century reconstructionists, they don't get it very well, very close. A lot of it is just that they don't understand the context. They don't understand the ritual, say the whole sacred versus profane space thing. That's really an important dynamic in Egyptian religion. So, I haven't seen any of them get it right. Egyptian religion is its own thing, and it's an ancient thing, and it has ancient ideas behind it. So when you try to update that for modern sensibilities, it does tend to go off the rails. So anyway, thank you very much for that question, but I haven't seen anyone get it right so far. It's not saying that somebody won't get it right eventually. I just haven't seen anyone do it yet. So that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Juan for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are we in the end times for traditionalists? Well, oh. The end times is a very tricky thing anyway, because one of the things is, you hear one of the apostles say, in these last days, and he's talking about right after the resurrection. So, if I mean, technically, anything after the resurrection is in the end times. Now, if we're talking about the end times, the final end times, um, that's gonna really depend because a lot of people are misreading the Bible as they do this. Like you'll see some pre-tribbers go, "Oh yeah, wars, rumors of wars, famines, pestilences. Oh yeah, these are the signs of the end times." When the text is telling you exactly the opposite. I mean, the text is basically saying, "Yeah, these things have to come. Don't worry, for the end is yet to come." Well, okay, if those things aren't the signs of the end times, you know, that just means you're not in the end times yet. So, a lot of this is going to depend on what you mean by traditionalist, and how they are, what their hermeneutical model is, and how they're reading these texts. Because if they're reading these properly, a lot of times what they have assumed to be an end time sign of the end time, it isn't. In fact, we're given very, very little, very, very few signs for the end times. I mean, really, the only sign that we are given about when the end times are coming is the apostasy, the falling away. And that's it. And it's a pretty vague sign. It's a very, very vague sign. And you could make the case that we are living in those end times because of the amount of people that are falling away from the church right now. You could make that case. But that's the only sign we're given. That's it. If you don't if that's all you got to go on, you can't calculate this thing. You're just not going to be able to calculate it. Which is why Christ also says, of the return of the Son of Man, no man knows the day or the hour. Okay? That's why we're not given enough information to figure it out. So don't try to figure it out. Continue being faithful to the end. Do the Great Commission. Yeah. Live like tomorrow's your last day. Okay? But don't be an idiot about it either. Okay? Don't start selling your home and taking a I knew a guy. And it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, honestly. He was convinced, in 1982, there was an alignment of the planets. Okay? There was an alignment of the planets. And I think it was Jack Chick who made a track on the 1982 alignment of the planets, basically saying that this is good. This is the end days. This is when Christ is going to come again. Is in 1982 when all the planets are aligned. And Bon goes, "Oh no, yeah, oh no, it's right." And so what he did was he figured Christ is going to come in 1982. So he mortgaged his house and took his family on a fabulous vacation to Hawaii for 2 months. Because he thought he wouldn't have to pay back the mortgage. Yeah, he was thinking that the end times would allow him to stiff the bank. Oops. Christ didn't come. Funny that. Yeah, so if you're trying to guess the game, when the end is coming, the return of Christ is coming, so you can cheat someone. Yeah, not the best motivation. But when I think it was John Hagee predicted the end at times, and that was 2021 or something like that. Same thing. Same deal. people started taking out bank loans, so they can rip off the bank because Christ was coming. If you're going to be dishonest in that way, I mean, that's not a good testimony of Christ. I mean, how are you going to explain that to Christ when he does come? How are you going to explain that? Oh, yeah, Christ. Gee, Christ, loved you so much that I believed in your second coming, but I thought I'd rip off the bank. We'll do a little bit of wire fraud, too. You're going to meet your maker face to face shortly. So you're going to end your tenure on planet Earth with high crimes and misdemeanors. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, that's important. The Israelites did not commit fraud. Yeah, a lot. I mean, look, there was no. One of the things about, say, the Israelites that we have to sort of keep in mind, was there was no expectation that the Israelites were going to pay them back. All right, and that was for wages due. These were not loans. No. As my producer says, the Egyptians gave the Israelites bribes to leave now. But Christians behaving in a way they're going to defraud some secular people just so, they can spend on themselves and their own lusts. Yeah, disgusting. It's disgusting. So, I think that's just bad behavior, and it should not even enter into the mind of a Christian to do that. It's just terrible behavior. Yeah, well, my producer said, if that is entering your mind as you think about the last days, maybe you should start getting yourself straight with the Lord, because there's some question about your final destination at that point. So, I think there's a lot of issues that are really an issue that really are troubling at times. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. Silver Tongue Cavalier for 499. Thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts of secret societies' level and qualitative impact on Christianity and the general worship of progress we see in the world of Revelations? My thought on secret societies in general is they don't have a lot of impact. One of the things about secret societies is they're secret. Secret societies don't tend to share their information or knowledge. That's the point of a secret society, is they're secret. So their impact, their qualitative impact on Christianity is extremely limited. Now, you do have some that do try to influence the church from within, like the Freemasons will sometimes try this, but it's very limited. Again, membership is limited. Membership is very exclusive. They have their own sort of rituals and particular points of view. But in some ways, these are similar to, say, the differences between Gnostic groups, and Christians in the first several centuries. Where Gnosticism was an exclusive group. It was an exclusive group that only those inside the in-group were members had access to all the information. So their influence on Christianity was more that they created confusion through the proliferation of their writings. So it was sort of, you had the Gnostics that had their own particular in-group, and the Christians that had their own in group. But the people in between the two groups, there was confusion that resulted from the proliferation and publication of Gnostic writings versus, say, the authorized canon of the Christian Church. So it's sort of that sort of influence that we would find, say, secret societies of today, if they have any impact at all, that would be where it would be going on, is in that confusion between, say, the secret societies and, say, Orthodox Christianity, where on the periphery of both, there's sort of that tension and confusion caused by, say, writings of one group versus the other. Now, I'll say this too. Secret societies of today publish a lot less than, say, the Gnostic groups of the first few centuries. Gnostic groups of the first few centuries published widely. They published widely. They published frequently. It was a way for them to earn money. So they just keep writing stuff and publishing it out and earning cash to it. That's how they sort of supported themselves. Modern secret societies don't need to do that anymore, because they're all supported internally by their own members. So I don't see a lot of impact, honestly. I actually see more impact on the quality of Christianity, more from, say, the zeitgeist of, say, modern ethics, than I do from, say, secret societies. Christianity today is not so much driven by marginal religious groups. It's more driven today by, say, cultural currents and ethical currents. So I would say that's much more of an issue today than it was, say, was, say, in the first century BC or AD. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but I don't think this is an issue for Orthodox Christianity in general. It's just not something that's relevant. It's not as relevant as it once was. There's bigger fish to fry for Orthodox Christianity, to be very blunt. So anyway, thank you for that super chat. We really appreciate it and hope that helped. Okay, got a very generous super chat here from Talbot Slade for $99.99. Thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Favorite book in the Pentateuch and why? Oh, come on. You know I'm going to say Exodus. That's a no-brainer. But I'll give you number 2. And that might be a little more surprising. My second favorite book in the Pentateuch is actually the Book of Numbers. Numbers is a fascinating book. Absolutely fascinating. It's an underrated book. Yes, I'd love to do a commentary on Exodus, where I explain, say, the Egyptian influence on, say, the whole book of Exodus. But Numbers. Ooh, Numbers is great. I think it's really unfortunate the bad rap Numbers has. When I used to run an adult Bible study, okay, and there was, if you run an adult Bible study and you get to an end of a book and it comes to select a new book, time to select a new book, and you start saying, okay, guys, we'll go do any book of the Bible you want. Just come up with something. And they'll be hemming and hawing, and no one can make a decision. And I would say, well, you know what? If you don't decide, we're doing the Book of Numbers. Wow, they came up with a decision real fast. But I think that's unfortunate. I think that's really unfortunate. And I don't do that anymore, by the way. Because I think that Numbers is a fascinating book. It's full of really interesting information. It's full of cultural information about the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. It's a great book. It's an absolutely great book. And it's an underrated book. And I think it needs some rehabilitation and some love. So, Well, I'm still gonna be a total Exodus fanboy. Um, the numbers come second. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, and very much appreciate that. Yeah, I'll admit Deuteronomy's great too, but then so is Genesis. Now we've covered all the Pentateuch. They're all good. They're all good. So the Pentateuch is the Pentateuch. It's 5 fantastic books. You're asking me to choose between prime rib, filet mignon, and New York cut. They're all great. They're all great. So again, my first go is always going to be to the Book of Exodus, because that's where I've done the most work. I've done the most work in Exodus, and I really, really love the narrative in Exodus. But Numbers is a sweet book. Sweet, sweet book. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. And here. From Talbot Slate again for 9999. Thank you very much for the super chat. When will you come out with a new coffee mug? How about one with Moses kicking a big rock? We are going to be looking at our merchandise again, because there are some things we want to do with the merchandise. Now, yes, we want to do another coffee mug. We are thinking of doing a coffee mug with the picture of Merneath on it and the fake degree, and basically say that dumb bunnies don't buy their degrees. Smart bunnies, sorry. Smart bunnies don't buy their degrees. Okay, Christmas merch. We have not looked into Christmas merch. I'm still trying to figure out what the video we're going to do for Christmas. We haven't yet decided yet. I'm right now putting together my recording schedule for the next 4 weeks, and we've got 2 that we're considering doing. But I'd like to do one on, say, Christmas. But in some ways, the sort of material that we do on this channel doesn't lend itself very well to, say, Christmas. Passover, fantastic. Yeah, we got lots to say on Passover. Egypt in the Bible, yeah, Passover is your thing. Easter, absolutely. We are totally into Easter. We just don't have as much content. Like, we have already done a video on, say, the Egyptian cities that the Holy Family went to. We did a short on, say, the Star of Bethlehem, which we're gonna probably redo that one anyway, because I've changed my mind on that a bit. So, but I don't want to do that until I've got do some more reading on that. But yeah, we've considered doing a lot more merch, but again, the exact specifics of that is still sort of up in the air for us. We haven't made any decisions on that. But yeah, we'd like to do another coffee mug. Absolutely. One coffee mug we might do is the Mana Machine. We might do the Mana Machine coffee mug. Get that one out for Christmas? The Mana Machine coffee mug. So we are coming up with ideas for this, but again, we haven't finished them yet. So anyway, we are working on it. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it, and we hopefully will have Mana Machine with some snow around it.
Yeah, snow coming up.
Snow cone machine. The Mana Machine now makes snow cones. Popcorn, snow cones, nuclear weapon. It's all good for the Mana Machine. Ron Wyatt merch. Oh yeah, that would increase my hate mail tenfold. Oh yeah, that would probably a pumpkin spice latte with a mana machine. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I'm still getting hate mail from the wrong guy, wide guys. They're still hating on me for that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I want to thank Talbot Slade for that wonderful super chat. We are working on it, but I don't know when something's going to come out on this. But when it drops, we'll let everyone know. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really, really appreciate your support of the channel, and it has helped us get to full time a lot faster than we ever expected. So we appreciate the support. Okay, I think that's the last of the super chats. Now we're going to go into super chats. Andy Gone Wild, don't question the final messenger, Ron Wyatt. Wow. Do you get that? So it is. Okay, we just had another super chat here from Talbot Slade from 1999. Again, thank you very much for that generous super chat. What is your favorite book in the prophets and why? Ooh. Isaiah. Love Isaiah. On to Jeremiah too. But Isaiah, I mean, Isaiah is like the masterpiece of the prophets. So that's sort of an easy one. I like Isaiah. I'm a big fan of Isaiah. There's so much in Isaiah. It's so rich. It's full of history. It's full of prophecy and poetry. It's a beautiful masterpiece. It's absolutely, just from a literary level, it's a beautiful masterpiece. Deeply love Isaiah. It's the crowning achievement of the prophets. Now, I like Jeremiah, but I like Jeremiah for a completely different reason. Jeremiah takes the false prophets to task. Oh boy, does he take the false prophets to task. I think that's priceless. Priceless. So, I will say when it comes to just sitting down and reading a book of the prophets, nothing beats Isaiah. It's beautifully done. It's complex, and if you read poetry the way, say, Robert Alter teaches you, you just get so much out of Isaiah, and it's just so rich. It's like eating. How would I say it? It's the reading equivalent of eating a flourless chocolate torte. It's so rich. There's so much flavor. There's so much to it. And Isaiah is like that. That whole couplet form of the prophetic there is just so rich and complicated and full of meaning and symbolism and history. It's hard to sort of take it all in. It's just really, as I say, Isaiah is the masterpiece of the prophets. I mean, there's nothing more I can say about than that. So, and it's the height of, say, prophetic literature as far as its messianic prophecies too. So, with that said, thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate that. And that's my opinion. Is my favorite book of the prophets is Isaiah. But I said, like Jeremiah also, just for the butt kicking he gives to the false prophets. So, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, let's take some non-super chats now. Then we're gonna, we've got 1 hour to go here, and then we'll call it a night. So, oh, more. Okay, Talbot Slade again. For 199.99. Thank you very much for that super chat. What's your favorite book in the writings? Okay, my favorite book in the writings. This is the Kativim. These are the historical writings. Ones such as, say, you got the Song of Songs, you got Ecclesiastes, you've got the Book of Kings and Samuel. So these are sort of your historical and, say, your non-prophetic books. So I think my favorite one of these is Ecclesiastes. I do love Ecclesiastes. I think, again, for the similar reasons as I like Isaiah, is it's a very, very it's a very interesting book. It asks all the right questions and, provides, say, ways of dealing with some of these issues. So anyway, that would be probably my favorite book of the writings, is Ecclesiastes. Like, that whole under the sun, under heaven thing is just magnificent. A time to be born, a time to die, a time for war, a time for peace. There's also a tale in Ecclesiastes where it talks about the wise man who saved the city that no one knew, who was poor. A wise but poor man that saved a city. And even though no one remembered his name, he saved the city. So there are things such as justice, fairness, giving yourself to pleasure, giving yourself to wisdom. There's a lot in Ecclesiastes that is just magnificent. So I've always had a soft spot for Ecclesiastes. I mean, even the last sort of, advice that the writer of Ecclesiastes gives us is, remember your Creator in the days when you are young, and He will be your hope under heaven. Yeah, that's the whole purpose of man, is to remember your Creator. So, yeah, totally love Ecclesiastes. So anyway, thank you very much for the, I like Psalms. Okay, don't get me wrong, Talbot. I like Psalms, but I just like Ecclesiastes just a bit more. This is not to say there isn't some great Psalms. Love Psalms. Okay, my favorite Psalm is Psalm 1. So if you ask that question, you've already got the answer. My favorite Psalm is Psalm 1. But that's because it's a really classical, structured poem. So, but again, there's so much to choose from. So much good stuff to choose from. Like, again, choosing from really, really good things. Like, okay, again, to use that dessert metaphor. Okay, you're choosing between, say, cheesecake and velvet cake and pain au chocolat, all these great things, and it's just like, okay, how do you pick which one is best? Well, you pick one you like and the one that resonates with you. So, anyway, So anyway, I like Psalms too, but I also like Ecclesiastes, and I think Ecclesiastes is a masterpiece of poetry. It's a masterpiece of poetry, and it's a really, really great writing. So anyway, thank you very much for that wonderful super chat. Very much appreciated. And you are very much helping us stay full time. I think you said that earlier. The mantra should be now stay full time, stay full time. We do really appreciate that sentiment. Okay. So, another super chat here from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring a bonbon question. All right, let's go look at some bonbon questions. Back here in time. He asks, what do you think about Christian Marxism? Not a fan. Not a fan. With all deference to, I know we have a couple of Christian Marxists on the live chat here. But I'm not a huge fan of Christian Marxism. I'm not, and that's not because of the Christian thing. It's the Marxism thing that I think is kind of messed up. You have to understand that my grandfather was from Ukraine. Okay, my grandfather was from Ukraine, and he was nearly killed by the communists. So, yeah, that sort of left an indelible impression on the family. So, again, I have not seen Marxism end in anywheres but, say, death and suffering. So, yeah, Holodomor. Exactly, Holodomor. But my grandparents fortunately got out of Ukraine before Holodomor. Holodomor was in 1932 to 1934. My grandfather got out in 1919. So he got out before it got really bad, but he was there during the revolution. So yeah, don't. I'm never going to be a fan of Marxism. Never going to be a fan of it. Yeah. Even if you look at it economically and historically, it just doesn't work. It just purely doesn't work. I'm not saying that other systems work better, but the family experience of it is too near for me to really ever give it the thumbs up. So anyway, thank you for that question. Really appreciate it. And even though that's probably not the one you wanted picked, it was the one, it did stick out to me because, there's a lot of young people today that really want to try Marxism again. And it's just going to end in tears and bloodshed, because that's where it always goes. Okay. So next super chat here is from, again, and the second one from Jack Ray here for $5, sponsoring a bonbon question. So, I don't know the Kuzari argument using a national experimental tradition to provide. Yeah, I don't. I'm not aware of that. I haven't heard anything about this. I'd have to learn more about this before I can answer about this. So I don't have any information on this one way or the other. And he asks, what are your thoughts about the Kuzari argument in using the national experimental tradition net to provide one of the strongest inductive scientific arguments for the validity of the Torah? I will say one thing, though, about that. When you start doing inductive scientific arguments on, say, textual traditions, it does get pretty tenuous. Okay. But again, I don't know what exactly they mean here, and exactly what the Kuzari argument is, and what the national experiential tradition is. So I'd have to look into this more deeply to be able to comment on it intelligently. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to answer this one. So I know you wanted that sponsor to answer, but I don't have the information you need. So I'm going to have to give that one a pass. But let's see if we can take one we can answer. If it's that three-parter one, I kind of won't answer that either. Because it's too complicated. Oh, okay. I'll take it. I don't like really long questions, by the way, guys. If you gotta extend it to 3 chats, you need to reformulate the question. So, just saying. Yeah, because he's extended. Yeah, but he's extended it to 3 chats. It's a complex question at this point. Once you've made something a complex question, it becomes really, really difficult to answer. Because you're having to break it down into many, many parts. So I really don't like those long questions because, again, they're not straightforward questions. They're complex questions. So, hey, Bonbon, how about this? Think about the question. Think about making it compact into one chat and put it in the. Do it next week. We'll take it next week, okay? Again, you don't need a lot of this information in here to make this a cohesive question. You can easily simplify this. So simplify the question, repost it next week into one chat. All right? And we'll take it. And you can even be first. You know, we can put it in there, you know, when the thing goes up, and we'll take it. Right? But this is a complex question, and anytime you're dealing with a complex question, you can't answer it properly. Not in the time frame we have here. Because then you'd have to engage, like, for example, I'd have to engage the onkelos of Deuteronomy 32:6. I'd have to engage here Megillah 3a and Sukkah 20a, and you know that's just too much. It's just too much for a question like this. Okay, so that's why we're not going to answer it. Too complicated. Did you repeat it too? Yeah, he repeated it. That's a. Yeah, that's a. Did you give him permission to repeat it? Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, she told us to repost it. So okay, you're good there, but it's still too complicated. So it doesn't help. But let's see what else you've got in here. You know, there is a skill to answering concise questions. You know, shorter is better. There was a teacher that I had. Lots of citations, yeah. But you know, I remember even this you know, a teacher I had said is if you can't concisely ask the question, you haven't thought about the question enough. Okay. And several professors have said this over the years. You know, I remember even Richard Feynman saying, if you can't explain it in simple terms to a 5-year-old, you probably don't understand it yourself. So, again, being concise and having brevity of your question is good thinking. It's good thinking. So I think that's a question that should be done. We're fine with the question on principle sake, but again, you need to think it through to make it concise. So what we'll do instead is I will look for another question that you have that is more brief and that can be answered in, say, the allotment that we have. So I'm still scanning here for you. Okay, and unless he doesn't have any more questions. I see here. See questions from others, but I don't see any from him. Oh, there's one. Yeah, it's more. Okay, I will take that one just because I don't know anything about this. So this is something that's you've piqued my interest in, Bonbon. Right, there it is. All right. Bonbon asks, "What are your thoughts on Estries, Jewish female vampires? I've never heard of them. This sounds interesting. Okay, now you've got me intrigued. I have never heard of this. Now, I've done some studies on vampires. I have a published paper on vampires. Me and my producer here published a paper. Okay, it comes from Sefer Hasidism. Okay, sure, interesting. I'll have to look this one up. This one sounds interesting. That sounds really, really fascinating. Now you've got me really interested. I mean, I love doing research on vampirism anyway. It's one of those, how do I say, guilty pleasures. Doing research on vampires. Um, we did a academic paper that was published, peer-reviewed paper on modern vampire cults. Fascinating. It was one of the most interesting papers I ever did. Really, really interesting. I'd love to turn that into a book someday. That is just one of those things that's fascinating to me. So to hear, I have heard a lot of legends on vampires, but this is not one I've heard of. So I'm definitely going to look this up. This one is definitely on my to-do list here now because sounds fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So, yeah, if we have time, we'll do it next week, but it might take me a little more to find that one. So, anyway. Thank you very much for the super chat, Jack Ray, and thank you for the question, Bon Bon. This is something that's been now drawn to my attention. I'm going to look this thing up because this sounds interesting. Talbot Slade comments, in law school, they tell you that a question that can be understood by a 5-year-old, then you are in the wrong class. Well, maybe for law school. In theology, they tell you brevity is gold. Okay. Now, we had a professor who basically, I mean, when you get into grad school in any sort of theological dogma, people go crazy with long papers. And I had my systematic theology professor basically said 5 pages. You're gonna do a response paper. You're gonna read a book and do a response paper. 5 pages, not 1 inch more. And he was serious about that. He basically says, if it gets past 5, I stop reading, and your grade will be based on the first 5. My producer here did a class where he was told 50 words. Summarize the whole issue and your point of view in 50 words. Yeah, it was very, very difficult for her to do that assignment. And he basically said, you might have to do a response where you get 1 inch of newsprint column. 1 inch. 50 words. So take a very, very complicated issue, summarize it, and analyze it in 50 words. That's the sort of brevity that you're sort of taught when you go to seminary. Yeah, it's just you know trash compactor words. Well, I mean, I remember we were taught when we gave class presentations 10 minutes, and 10 minutes was 10 minutes. It was not 11, not 11, not 12, not 25. It's 10. And if you went over, you failed. And but it did get you into a mode of thinking that you had to have economy of words. You had to do it very concisely. You had to really think about it. I have to admit, the 5-page papers were more difficult to do than the 10-page ones. 10-page papers, you have enough room that you could sort of work on what you're going to say, and you could kind of be a little sloppy about your prose sometimes. But 5 pages, oh, you had to sew. And 5 pages, those are 5 pages double spaced, not single spaced. 50 bigger words. Yeah, so you did learn to really economize on your thoughts, really distill it down. Jack Ray, anti-disestablishmentarianism. Yeah, so I mean, brevity, clarity, conciseness. That's sort of what we were taught in grad school. So, think concisely, think efficiently, make your thoughts compact, exclude purple prose. And purple prose just makes things more difficult to read anyway, so it doesn't actually help you out or anyone else. So yeah, think about your question, because you might not have that huge amount of attention span to deliver it. The other person. Jack Ray here. No quotes from German academic words. Those are big words. Yeah, Immanuel Kant does not fly well when given papers. It's just like, woo. Woo. Yeah, Immanuel Kant and his 100-word sentences. Yeah. You've used up all your words. So yeah, it's very important to be very concise when you're doing stuff like theology, and do you really understand what you're saying? And being concise and brief helps you to think in a very analytical, economic way. And this is all about economy of words. So anyway, that's my response here to Talbot's comment. I think we got a couple more super chats in the back here, so let me go back up here and find them. Okay. We have those two. We've already done those two. And then we got Diego Cervantes here for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Did Jews ever abuse the Jubilee by waiting until after to incur debts and get slaves? Yes, they did. Or did the market adjust according to the years left until Jubilee? It did that too. It did both. Okay. Now, the price of a slave, one of the things we have to understand is that the price of a slave in just before a Jubilee year dropped. So a slave was less valuable during a Jubilee year or a year leading up to a Jubilee. Okay. So, and sometimes it was prorated. Like, for example, if you got a slave before a Jubilee began, that's when the price of slaves were at an all-time high. So just after a Jubilee, that's when the slaves were the most expensive. And towards the Jubilee year, that's when they were the least expensive. So the market did adjust somewhat to this. But also, you know, some Israelites did play the system too by basically waiting until after the Jubilee um, to get slaves or incur debts. So that happened also. So you had both going on here. But again, this is all coming down to market forces. Market forces even back then. Yeah, it was one of the few cultures that limited the terms of slavery. So yeah, you did get both. So after the seventh year, they are free to go. So and it's not just the Jubilee, but it's also the seventh year. So you could hold an Israelite slave for 7 years. But after that seventh year, you got to let him go. So, a guy who's been enslaved for 3 and gets, say, resold is going to be worth less than he would have been at the beginning. So yeah, market forces did adjust to this, but there's also those who played the system too. And some who ignored it. There were those who ignored the Jubilees. There were Israelites that didn't let their slaves go at Jubilee. That happened too. And, that was basically, how many times this a reference is made when, Christ is asked, how many times do we forgive someone who's wronged me? 7 times? Christ says 70 times 7. That's a reference to the Jubilees that weren't being kept and the releases that weren't being kept. So you did have those who gamed the system. You also had those who disobeyed the system. So it did incur a certain amount of you know sin upon the nation by not keeping the Jubilees, which unfortunately did happen. So anyway, I hope that explains it. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Hey, BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Speaking of Isaiah, was, quote, today this is fulfilled in your hearing, end quote, the greatest mic drop of all time. Oh, yeah, that was totally a mic drop moment. Love it. And again, that's the masterpiece of Isaiah. It's a masterpiece of Isaiah. Isaiah predicts the future. That's one of the things I love about Isaiah is, it talks about the things that are to come, whether it's Messiah or whether it is Cyrus the Great. No, it's an awesome book, and and it has some of the richest theology you're going to find in the Old Testament. It does no book of the Bible talks about the person of God like Isaiah does. So yeah, I mean, it's just, I am the first, I am the last, besides me there is no God. That the great, I am the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. I know of no other or no other God besides me. There's all that language in Isaiah that just gives it just depth of theology that's just truly amazing. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, Jack Ray for $5 sponsoring another Bonbon question. All right, let's see what we can find for Bonbon. Okay. um Okay, I'll take this one here. Bonbon asks, how much in common does Philo of Alexandria have with ancient Israelites regarding the interpretation of scriptures? Did they use allegory similar to how Philo explains it? Okay. The whole thing about Philo of Alexandria is that he is basically blending Jewish practice, Israelite practice, with Neoplatonism. Okay, I mean he's basically a Platonic philosopher. He's a Pythagorean philosopher, but he's doing it within an Israelite context. So, and I did, like, for example, on my master's thesis, I did use Philo extensively, so I have read a fair bit of Philo. Regular Platonism. So he does incorporate a lot of that sort of identity of the allegorical method and all that into that. Now, that allegorical method is not Middle Platonist. That's sort of one of the things we have to be careful of here. It seems to be more in line with Egyptian thought. This is where we start seeing, say, allegory saying introduced into Platonic thought. Because we see it. It's not something that allegory is not something that comes from Middle Platonism. That allegorical thought comes from, say, Egyptian thought, and Neoplatonism will then pick it up with basically sort of that gathering together of that Egyptian thought and that Middle Platonist thought in Plotinus. So, you do have that. Now, Philo is a precursor to the Neoplatonism, but he's steeped in that sort of philosophical milieu of, say, not just Middle Platonism, but, say, early Gnosticism. And Philo does reference several Gnostic groups, like the Sethites, the Cainites, and the Neophytes. And they're using that allegorical method extensively. And Philo honestly doesn't see any reason not to use it. Okay. However, this seems to be more a something that's specific to the area of Alexandria and not, say, of Jerusalem. So the Israelites in Jerusalem are going to interpret the scriptures very, very differently than Philo's going to. They're not in the same cultural milieu. And because they're not in the same cultural milieu, they're going to use different hermeneutical models to interpret the scriptures. So you're not going to find allegory being used in Jerusalem, not in the way that Philo is going to use it in Alexandria. So, and to my knowledge, you don't see this as a common feature of Second Temple period Israelite literature. There might be some glimpses of it here and there, but nothing to the extent that Philo uses. Philo is really sort of digging into that allegorical method. He asks a follow-up question. Would this distinction apply to the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmuds? There would be a difference, yes. There's now the whole identity of the Jerusalem Talmud's a bit sort of sketchy anyway. You're going to have a Babylonian Talmud, but the Jerusalem Talmud is really an Antiochian Talmud, sometimes called a Tiberian Talmud. So you're going to get that direct line of Jerusalem thinking in the Tiberian Talmud as opposed to, say, the Babylonian one. The Babylonian Talmud is still deeply influenced by, say, culture that had remained in, say, Mesopotamia after the return from the Babylonian exile. And that's because not everyone was entitled to return after the Babylonian exile. So then there was a strong Babylonian community that persisted there for millennia. and really up until the modern time. I mean, really, it's only in the say the 20th, late 20th, early 21st century that that community finally collapses in Mesopotamia. Basically, has to move away because of fear of persecution. So, yeah, I think you wouldn't find say a lot of allegory. You might find some people. I mean, there was still even in after say the destruction of the temple, you did get people moving around between various Israelite communities. So after the destruction of the temple, you're going to get some of them going to Antioch. You're going to get some going to Babylon. Um, some will go to Alexandria until they're finally kicked out of there too. Uh, so the ones that leave from Alexandria, they might go to Babylon. They might go to Antioch. So it's going to really depend. It's going to really depend how much of the Talmud we're talking about here, which pieces of the Talmud, and sort of the textual streams of each particular thing here. So this is not a distinction that you can probably apply to just say the Tiberian Talmud versus say the Babylonian one, but you are going to see as people move around, the ideas are going to travel with them, because ideas just don't stay in one place. They move, they travel. People are picking up their culture and they're taking it with them. So, as people leave Alexandria, they're going to go to other places and they're going to take that methodology with them. Which is why we find it in, say, 3rd and 4th century um, uh, thinking, in 3rd and 4th century Christian thinking in, say, Palestine, is because a lot of those guys from Alexandria, they got their training in Alexandria. They picked up and moved from Alexandria to Jerusalem, like a guy like Oregon, he did that. So that's going to cause some cross fertilization between various strains of the Talmud. So, yeah, it would apply to some extent, but again, you're going to have to take that in respect to what is the particular line of thinking and where it came from. So, but yeah, they picked up these ideas and they took them with them everywhere. So, but it's really not until the destruction of the temple that you start seeing it sort of cross fertilize into, say, the more into say Second Temple, post Second Temple period literature. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Thank Jack Ray for sponsoring that question, and I hope that helped. And we have one more super chat here. And we get to go to non-super chat. Oops, nope. More yet. Okay. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can Pillar of Salt, Genesis 19:26, be rendered as pillar of powder? Perhaps she was vaporized by extreme heat because she lingered behind. Well, let's take a look at the passage. Let's find out. An interesting question. So we're going to go here to Genesis 19. And verse 26. And pull up our Bible here. Read it here. But his wife from behind him looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. The word is malak. Let's see what Bagda says. No, not Bagda. Halot. Halot is probably going to be our best bet for seeing if the lexical scope can reach to that extent. Take dictionary here. Halot. Pull it up here. I'll find it. block. Maim. Right down to Maim here. Maim. Tunes. We got to go back a little bit here to Maim Muhammad. Okay, we got Maim Muhammad. Now the hate. Kaf. Yeah, so in these particular cases, we want to go to a lexicon here and try to get at least the broadest range of meaning that we can from this. Oh, okay. Halot, entry 5222. Basically, malak comes from the idea of being dipped in salt. And as a verb, to be salted, to rub with salt. I don't see anything in the lexical range that implies that that it is a dust. Let's see. I do see the term for salt, possibly saltpeter. So any sort of like saltiness here. So it does seem to imply to salt the ground is to make it unproductive by, basically sowing it with salt. So that's malaka, or malaka. Sorry. But no, the lexical range seems to be restricted to kinds of salt. So there is actually a word for dust, by the way. Dust or powders. It's ash would also be that. So, if they wanted to convey this as being an ash or a dust, they have a word for that. So I think that if they were trying to convey the idea that she was vaporized and turned into dust and powder, they'd probably use the term for ash instead. So I don't think this quite works with the lexical range we have for that particular word. So maybe they find something in the future that it maybe has a different connotation, but from the basically the prima facie word studies that we have, it does seem to be restricted to a kind of salt, not necessarily sodium chloride, maybe sodium nitrate. But if you've got two, it's kind of hard to, unless you're a chemist, hard to always know the difference between them. So, but I think in this particular case, I think the salt is the better rendering. I don't think powder here would be a good rendering. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. We're down to about 15 minutes till midnight. Another set of memberships from Jack Ray. Thank you very much for the support of the channel and giving back to the community. Really appreciate it. I think that's it for for the super chats. So Danny DeMint, my mom always said that's why she called Lot's wife Morton. Yes, a very famous salt brand. Now, when I cook at home, I use kosher salt. Okay, I use kosher salt. I just like how it works. I don't like the iodine taste of, say, the Umbrella Lady salt. Sorry, Morton. but I use koshering salt myself. So, yeah, that's a funny thing is that kosher salt is not necessarily not salt is not inherently kosher. It's used in a process called koshering, which is why it's called kosher salt. But I like that flake salt. It works very, very well. Yeah, Morton does make a kosher salt too, and that's usually the one I buy. But it's it's not. It doesn't have iodine in it. So, um, Xiao Yi has the question. Yeah. Xiao Yi asks, is there an ancient Near Eastern context for being turned into salt? The Dead Sea. This is very, very, all this Sodom and Gomorrah stuff is is in very close proximity to the Dead Sea, which has a kind of salt in it. Not sodium chloride. It's got a bromide salt in it. So, there's a possibility for the translation of salt that it's a bromide salt. And this bromide salt gives the Dead Sea its really unique properties. It's a highly aggressive salt as far as, say, corrosion goes. Occasionally there's boats that travel up and down the Jordan River. Well, there was this steel-hulled, almost a tugboat that went down the Jordan River and entered into the Dead Sea. That boat sunk in 20 minutes. What happened was that the steel in the hull of that boat started reacting with the bromide salts. And the hull of the boat formed these huge crystals on the bottom of the hull that dragged the whole boat underwater. Oh, yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, so that's the ancient Near Eastern context here, is that it's geographical. It's talking about, that whole salt, and that those bromide salts permeate, say, the cliff faces at the Dead Sea. You can go to the Dead Sea and you can break apart the soil, and you can actually see the crystals in the soil of those salts. Yeah, so there's some crazy, crazy stuff in the chemistry of the Dead Sea. So, and every so often you'll get some tour guide who will point to some pillar that's about to fall off the cliff of the Dead Sea and say, "Oh, that's Lot's wife." Yeah, yeah, I know. And when one of those pillars falls in and another one forms, see, that one's Lot's wife. Yeah. So it's it's that whole sort of there isn't a lot of, say, context outside of the Dead Sea for this, but because of the salt content of the Dead Sea, it was, that whole turning into a pile of salt or pillar of salt. And it's possible that she was just encapsulated with the salt. Molten salt will do that. Yeah, not a good way to go. Not, yeah, yeah, that'd be a horrible way to go. Yeah, yeah. It's not necessarily that she was, It says, the text says she became a pillar of salt. That it's very likely that she was encapsulated with molten salt. Not a good way to go. Not a good way. No, that's not an image you want to put in your brain before going to bed. Yeah, so yeah. Eh. But they were told not to look back. So anyway, that's sort of the ancient Near Eastern context here, is that that it has to relate to the geography of the local area. So anyway, thank you very much for that follow-up question. Very interesting follow-up question. Okay. Take some non-super chats, and then we'll call it a night. We don't have a lot of time for them, but we got about 10 minutes here for some non-super chats. I did see some earlier in the stream, so we're going to go up and take a few non-super chats. Bonbon's already had several, so sorry, Bonbon. Yeah, he'll get his share next week. Okay, I'll take this one here from Bible Exegete. Could the plague start around the beginning of the Egyptian year, September 11th, during the 5 days when disease was feared greatly? One of the things about the Egyptian calendar, this is a great question. Okay, one of the things you have to understand about the Egyptian calendar was that they didn't have intercalation at the time of the Exodus. Okay, so the calendar did not necessarily begin at our September the 11th. Intercalation is introduced during the time of the Ptolemies. So before then, the calendar is rotating around the solar cycle. So at that point, the calendar was not in sync. The seasons were not in sync with the calendar. So I think they had processed by about 3 months. So the calendar during, say, Dynasty 19 was not fully in sync yet with, say, the regular seasons. So they would not have feared they wouldn't have had that fear of, say, plagues beginning at during, say, the epigomenal days. Just because at that point those days would have occurred sometime in March or April, as I best remember it. So, yeah, and frankly, those 5 days were considered to be festival days. Everyone got the day off. They were getting drunk, smashed. They were feasting and getting smashed during those 5 days. So they weren't fearing. They weren't afraid of plagues at that point. They were probably more afraid of, say, barfing in the Nile. Because, boy, they love their wine during those festival days. But it's really not until the time of the Ptolemies that the calendars resynced with the seasons. And that's when they start adding the 6th day, the 6th epigomenal day. So that's when they start having real, true intercalation. So, that's just something that we have to keep in mind with ancient calendars, is they rotate. They rotate around the seasons rotate around the year. It's just something that ancient people just accepted and just thought was normal. We kind of think it's weird today because all our calendars are intercalated, intercalated, except for, say, certain traditional calendars like the Chinese calendar and I think the Islamic calendar is also not intercalated, but our Gregorian calendar is. So anyway, thank you for that non-super chat. Really appreciate it, and a great question. Okay, next question we're going to take here. Some other good questions here. Okay. Take one or two more, and then we'll call it a night here. Saw some early on, though. Okay, I'll take this one from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. Why do some translate the angel of the Lord as the presence of the Lord? Is this just a way to squeeze out of something? Yeah, in a way. The text does say angel or messenger. It's usually malak. So that's an angel or a messenger of the Lord. So what this is it's a theological translation, not necessarily a dynamic or a say a literal translation. So when you do see this, they're trying to show you, say, what's sort of the bigger thought of the text in there, but it isn't exactly a word for word translation here. It's really a theological translation. And you do get these from time to time, where the translator is making a choice. He's making a choice so that you understand the text better. Now, that's debate. This is something that's really, 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 really debated among translators. Do you give them the words of the translation and have them figure it out for themselves? Or do you give them what you think it should mean and have them sort of, well, if they need to figure it out, they can go back and look it up. Oh yeah. 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 Yeah, there's there's a one of the things that translators will, deal with. Like, for example, when Christ says, you build your house on the rock, not on the sand. Well, if you're a Bedouin culture, you want to build your tent in deep, deep sand to anchor it down. You don't build it on a rock because it get blown away. There's a difference in cultures there that would shape how people would understand the text. So, that's something. This is something that's really debated amongst translators. I mean, they talk about this all the time. So, this is, again, they're trying to give you the meaning of the text without sort of the process of you trying to figure it out. They're trying to explain the idiom. And I'm right now doing a review of the Net Bible with study notes, and I've seen them do this a lot, where they're basically taking any idiom. They'll take any idiom and they'll translate the idiom to try to make it so you understand the idiom. And there's some merit to that. I will admit there's some merit to that. On the other hand, too, they're sort of still doing the traditional translations that translators are too afraid to translate, like the Red Sea. They're still using that. So, oh, we've known it's been the Red Sea for centuries. Centuries. This has been the whole idea of the Red Sea being known to scholars has been known for centuries. No, it's not new. It's not new, but it did end up in our English Bibles through the Septuagint, and people are afraid to go back. Mm-hmm. Unless you're reading the Septuagint. But the Septuagint is a translation. So anyway, that's what's going on here. That's what's going on here. It's a contest between, do you explain the idiom or do you have them figure it out? So it is a theological interpretation, but it's a theological interpretation of an idiomatic expression. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. I really appreciate it. It's a good question. We'll take one more question, and then we will call it a night. And I want to take one from somebody who has not had any questions answered tonight. So I saw a couple ones up here. See if I can find it. Bon, no 10-hour streams. Not from me, sorry. All right, we'll take this last one here from Harry Stark, because I don't think we've taken a Harry Stark question tonight, have we? Okay, so this will be the last question of the night by Harry Stark. And he asks, do secular universities teach the scholarship by Christians? Generally, no. Okay. It's a really sort of weird relationship, okay? I've studied at both secular and Christian institutions. And one of the things you're going to find is each institution has its own intellectual bubble. And inside that bubble, it's a kind of an echo chamber. You go to a secular college, you go look at their library stacks. Do you find books by Christians there? Not very many. Won't find very many books by Christian scholars in secular holdings. It's just not something you're going to find a lot of. Okay? Likewise, you go to, say, confessional colleges, confessional Christian colleges, you go to their Bible stacks, their book stacks. You're not going to find a lot by secular scholars either. Now, there are some institutions that sort of, will take in secular scholars and incorporate that into their stacks. Like, for example, when I was at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, they had a lot of commentaries by secular scholars. Like, they had the whole Hermeneus series. But not every confessional school is like that. Particularly ones of, say, more of a fundamentalist bent. So, there does seem to be both a Christian bubble and a secular bubble. And as I said, in the secular bubble, you're not going to find a lot of work, a lot of scholarship done by, say, Christians on the stacks. Which is why you often find, say, at big secular colleges, these little satellite Christian colleges hanging around it. And that's because they're offering at those, say, more Christian institutions, those satellite institutions, say, they're encouraging their students to go into the secular stacks, do the reading on the secular stuff. But hey, you want the Christian stuff, you come back to the little satellite library and you read it there. This is what, say, institutions like Regent College do. They basically encourage their students to go read stacks of the secular scholars at the University of British Columbia, and then come back to the Rylands Library on the campus of, say, Regent College to read the Christian stuff. And that way they get both. That's sort of the relationship that they have between, say, big Christian institutions, big secular institutions, and, say, Christian institutions. So, essentially, if you go to a secular university, they will pretty much pretend that the Christian stuff doesn't exist. This is generally how it works. They're just not aware of it. It's not part of their stream of academic discourse. And because it's not part of their stream of academic discourse, it gets very little attention. Yeah. Yeah. So you do have to, when you go into these institutions, this is where rigor matters. This is where rigor really matters. Because you're going to see, a good scholar, whether secular or Christian, will be aware of the scholarship of both. They'll be aware of the scholarship of both. And because of that, a well-trained scholar of any religious persuasion will be able to draw on across the little bubbles, the institutional bubbles that take place in all these institutions. So, if you're not exposed to it as a student, whether it's, through teachers that say encourage you to cross the bubble, or because you've been trained at multiple institutions that have a diversity of opinion, you might go through your entire academic career being unaware that you're in one of those bubbles. And I think that's sort of the danger. And this is why, look, I use Christian scholars. I use secular scholars. I use them both. I'm happy to use any scholar that brings good scholarship to the table. You bring good scholarship to the table, I'm happy to use you in my writing. That's why I love the Hermeneus so much. It's deeply, deeply secular scholarship, but it's also good scholarship. So, I'm more than comfortable doing that. And likewise, if there's a confessional, piece of work that I think is good quality, I'm more than happy to use that too. But then again, I am aware, because I have done both the secular and the Christian institutions, I'm aware that there are bubbles on both. So, with that said, I think that's going to be our final question for the night. I want to thank Harry Stark for that question. It's a great question. But the long and the short of it is, you're not going to be generally exposed to scholarship by Christians at secular institutions. It's just not in their academic bubble. So with that said, we're going to call it a night at this point. I want to thank everyone who contributed to tonight's live stream. It was good seeing you all here tonight. It was a great party like normal. Great questions. And we really, really appreciate those who contribute great questions. We also want to thank those who are supporting this move to full-time. Again, now the mantra is stay full-time. So, again, we're really excited again to announce tonight that we have gone full-time, and we're going to be doing this as our full-time job now. So I want to thank our supporters who gave us the super chats, through Talbot Slade, who really, really contributed a lot to get us to this position. I want to thank Jack Ray, who also has contributed a lot to get us to this position, plus the other super chatters, such as tonight we had Juan and even Addison Weir contributed tonight, and others who contributed tonight. So we really, really appreciate the support. We also want to thank our memberships supporters who support us through Patreon and through the YouTube memberships. Again, if your membership lapses, please remember to pick up the slack and subscribe again. So, and finally, we want to thank our regular viewers, people who watch our videos, hit that like button, and copy the URLs of our videos to other social media platforms. That way, other people get to know about us and get to exposed to our work. That's probably one of the key ways we get people get to discover our work. So, and if you haven't hit that like and subscribe button, please do so. We really appreciate that because it helps you not miss out on any of our content. So with that said, thank you very much for watching tonight. It was a great time as always. I'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.